everyone. We've made it. It's Friday, and you know what that means. It's time for the call-in show. And as always, I've got a load of spectacular guests that are going to be here already. As you can see, you've got your eyes. Look at the three wonderful guests I've got here, and there'll be some more joining as well. Before we start, I finally recovered from my 10-hour stream, and then the other long stream of Lee. That resulted in me staying up till fucking 7 in the morning. I'm recovered now, and we're ready to go again for another 10-hour stream, yeah, boys?
Jesus.
Yeah. The panel space, of course, it won't be
crazy.
About 8.5, yeah. Shane, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm good. All good. Just finished cutting the grass outside. It takes about 2 hours, so had a shower and something to eat, and yeah, raring to go, man. Raring to go.
Yeah, buzzing. Yeah. I said to Shane off stream, gent chair. I said to him, I was like, yeah, I've got a little bit of gardening to do. And then he told me the size of his land. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe I ain't got much gardening to do. Okay, yeah, all right. Zip. Dal, thank you very much for joining. There's a bit of time difference. And you're a very, very busy man. But listen, I'm always double happy to share a screen with you, my friend. How you been, man?
Been pretty good. I was, not really looking forward to today's game, but I'm taking some time off Tuesday and the following Tuesday for the Bernabeu matchup. But other than that, pretty good. Thanks for the invite today. Great to be on with a great panel, of course. Big up Shane and Carl, and big up the chat.
Yeah, I'm buzzing, man. And of course, my man Carl, how are you doing, my brother?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good. It has been a bit of a chilled week as well. Work's been bloody nightmarish for me. But we're here. It's Friday. Let's kick on. Let's just say the result midweek meant nothing, and the worst keeps on happening to us. But we all know the reason why. People just don't want to talk about it or acknowledge it. But it is what it is.
Yeah, sadly, it is what it is. And that's sort of one of the places I wanted to start, and it's going to be obviously fairly certain, I would have thought. And before I do, I just want to come to the chat. We've got Dr. Seymour, big up, brother, big up, Drew, man, cheers for being here. Of course, we've got Dow on the panel, man, big up, Static, made a debut on my show the other week as well. Big up, man, big up to you, my friend. He says big up the panel and all, and I'm sure they're grateful for you to be in here. Yeah, 10 hours, good times, twas, mate, twas. Jeez. And then 12 likes. That's the point, man. Drive them likes up, and don't forget to subscribe to these boys. Everyone else's link is in the thing. I don't think I've got yours in there, Dal, because I wasn't 100% sure. But everyone else's link is already in the description. It should be, but I'll make sure it's in there, man.
No worries.
We've got Carol Harris here. Yeah, for subscribers, I see you on Lee Gunner. Whoa. And same should go for all the other wonderful guests that I've got on here as well. And obviously, Carol, thank you very much. I hope your Friday is serving you well, and I hope your weekend serves you even better. Prime as well. Big up, my man. Starting to become a regular. That's always double appreciated, man. Yeah, that's it. Big up Static, man. And we got the volcano. What's he erupting with? He's just saying hello, legends, man. FC always. OG in the chat. Big up to you, brother. Yeah, and that's it. Static. Yeah, big up, bro, man. We got Macy. Yes, I will be posting the link in the chat very, very, very soon, Macy, because you always put a smile on my face. I'm always interested to see what you've got to say, my friend. Yeah, everyone's saying hello. Yeah, big up Joseph as well, man. And OG in the chat and all, man. Geezer. Jez, big up, man. I know you're a little bit busy. I did send you a link in Insta, but I don't expect you to jump on because I know you're busy and recovering from your bee stings and that. I hope they're all right, my friend. God bless. Lawrence, same goes to you. The link will be out very, very, very soon, my friend. And we're all fantastic, man. Thank you very much for asking. We got Aces in the building. Big up, Geezer. How are you doing, man? We've also got a bit of Tony Woodcock, the double legend, in the building. Big up to you, my friend, man. You know it. My G's, you fucking G. Unique, brother. Get the likes up and subscribe when you come in. Come on, man. What we doing here? Get them up. Lee Sharp, my boy, he's bringing... This is one of my best...
Hang on, V Lee Sharp?
And not Lee Sharp. Yeah. Do you know what? This is one of my best mates. You know why he's called Lee? His middle name's Nicholas, because his dad named him after Charlie Nicholas.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Yeah, I'll tell you a little story about him. I'm doing a bit of gardening again tomorrow. I'm cutting some of my pavers before I lay them. Yeah, and he's lending me his 9-inch angle grinder. Yeah, and it comes obviously with a transformer because it's 110. I said, "Oh, have you got a tranny with it?" Obviously, saying that he goes to me, "What, you mean the yellow box?" Oh, bless him. The yellow fucking box. I couldn't believe it, man. He has been working in trades for about 30 fucking years, and he the transformer yellow box. I've never heard something so mad in my life, but obviously, big up, man, for jumping in, man. Absolutely, yeah. He's been done by the bees, honestly, man. Yeah, Jezza. We hope he's recovering very, very, very well from the traumatic experience, man. We love a bit of Jez, aka the Godfather, man. The Godfather. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Right, you put a question in for anyone that does. I will star it. Yeah, I will star this, and we will get to them. Yeah, so AFC, I'm not going to ignore that now. It is starred, and I will get to it. And yeah, everyone's saying hello to each other. Right? What I will do now is start, of course. Where else? With career ender, because he strikes again. The career ender, Mikel Arteta, and with the injury, the third grade 3 hamstring injury that we've had this season, and I think maybe even the 5th in total. It's absolutely madness. You know, I've been on some panels with some other people, talking to other sort of Arsenal fans that aren't quite of the mental capacity that I believe we all are here as absolute legends. Big up, Jezza. How are you doing, man? How are you doing before I go back into the career end of Mikel Arteta? How's that nose doing, son?
Sorry to laugh, Jez. I just know.
It's still
Jez is fighting the bees.
bloody painful, man. Little bastard thing. Yeah. 3 times it got me on the nose.
What happened, Jez? Just briefly before we go into it. What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
Right. A few years ago, we had this tree cut down, right? Because it was damaging next door's. It's basically damaging their gardens. We had it cut down, so I was clearing all this rubbish from around it, right? And it's a bloody wasp nest has made itself in last year, obviously, and of course now it's starting. They're waking up because it's springtime. So I'm there cutting all this shit back, and out come this bloody thing. Hit me straight in the face and stung me 3 times on the end of my nose. Proper hurt, and proper hurt. And it's still you can still see how red it is now.
Sorry,
I could notice it.
Sorry, Jez.
Do you know what? It might be like one of them things, you know, when like someone says like you get a bird shit on you and it says it's lucky. Maybe that's just double luck or something like that. You know what I mean? Getting stuck.
Hey, Jez.
That's luck, mate, and I don't want any more luck.
Hey, Jez, does Santa know you're leading the reindeer tonight?
Say that again, mate.
Santa know you're leading the reindeer tonight?
No.
Oh dear, mum. That's fantastic. Yeah, I had to say, Jez, I know you're a double busy man, so obviously, thank you very much. I'm sure you've got better things to do than come on here, but I appreciate any.
You can stay for a little bit.
Yeah. No, that's all good. But yeah, so we was just talking about this. Yeah, the career ender. He strikes again, man. I keep hearing people say that it's nothing to do with Mikel Arteta, ain't his fault. I even heard one quite up and coming YouTuber who's established himself quite nicely. Yesterday when I jumped into Dan Potts' chat, I heard him say this particular phrase when he was asked, is it Mikel Arteta's fault? Is it anyone's fault? Anyone's above? And he said it was voodoo. I had to click off. No, don't think so. I'd heard so much bollocks being spoke about yesterday. Do you know that on people's streams? That when I heard this particular person say voodoo was the reason why, I just thought to myself, do you know what? I actually can't take this anymore. I've got to leave. It's been absolutely painful to listen to some Arsenal fans. Big up, Mrs. Potts, as always, my dear. Always a pleasure. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the backside listening to all this delusion, man. It's not unbelievable. Shane, what do you reckon on this? Yeah, because we are getting a lot of injuries, the same injuries, and it's a massive problem. Yeah, voodoo. I'm not joking. And voodoo, I had to click off, and I particularly like this person as well. I like his streams, but and I'm talking about the host, yeah, the guest. And when he said that, I mean, wow, yeah, voodoo. What we're talking about, man? What do you reckon? It's voodoo, Shane? Do you reckon voodoo's the reason why we're getting 5 hamstring injuries, 3 of them being off the bone? We're getting knee injuries, surgeries, left, right, and centre. Is it voodoo or is it what?
No, it's definitely not voodoo. It's all down to one man, and we know who that man is. We were discussing this last night. That only 3% of hamstring injuries are grade 3. I mean, and we've had 3 of them. We've had 3 of them tear off the bone. And to hear him in the press conference when he was asked about it to say, I'm scratching my head as to why it's happening. It's got to a point now where they need to start calling him out on it. We need reporters to ask the questions that we want asked, because he can't worm his way out of it anymore. He's putting all the blame on the players. They want to get back out there. I'm trying to stop them. All this passive aggressive nonsense, just passing the buck to get himself off of it. I mean, I was only mentioning this last night, Aaron. You and me were having a chat a while ago, and I mean, when I say a while ago, I mean a week ago. You called Timber. You said Timber will drop soon. You knew it was going to happen. You know, we can all see it coming. Gabriel's going to go. Royce is going to go soon. Saliba will go soon. We know this. We can see it, but he can't see it, or else he can, and he's just pushing them through anyway. And for anybody that says, do you really think that he'd overrule a medic? Yes, he would. Ben White was meant to get surgery in the summer, and he played him for 3 months. He played Declan Rice on a broken toe. He physically pushed Partey back out onto the pitch. This man does not care about his players. He cares about himself. He cares about his reputation. He cares about silly little records that mean nothing. Oh, we haven't lost in the Champions League in 8 games, guys. Yeah, you should have lost against PSV in the second leg. You should have taken the hit, rested every single player. You narcissist. It's not about you anymore. And these people that are coming up with voodoo and coming up with, now I'm hearing that they should blame the medical team. Believe me, that medical team are quaking in their boots with him. He'll have them out the door if they ever question the law that is Mikel Arteta, the Bible that is Mikel Arteta. You cannot question. You can't question a cult leader, because you're gone. You're out if you question a cult leader. And people will think we're being melodramatic. People will think we're overdoing it, and that but we're seeing our players falling to the ground every game. Timber nearly begged the man to take him off, and he pushed him back out. And when he was down holding his knee, he was also holding the hamstring on the other leg. So these are, like I said, 3% of hamstring injuries are grade 3. 3%. He must have brought that up to 6% on his own this season. You know, and I'd love to see. I think the last grade 3 hamstring tear in the Premier League that severe was 8-9 years ago. You know what I mean? So this isn't all about bad luck and red cards and, you know, oh, if this had happened, oh, Liverpool have been lucky, Salah hasn't gotten injured. Salah isn't flogged into the ground. Salah isn't made track back every minute. These are all basic, you know, physical laws that he breaks all the time. Non-rotation, non-stop tracking back, intense training. He can't hide. He can't hide anymore. And he's smirking in press conferences, and he's got a big stupid smile on his face. And this has been enjoyable for me because we're learning new ways to do things. It's not about you, mate. I sent you that text earlier with just when he was asked.
You did. You're bugging out a little bit,
about 16 times in one paragraph. Oh no, I am. All right, sure, go on, pass it on there. I'll try and fix this. All right.
Yeah. You was getting slight feedback and just a little bit sort of bugging, like a bit stop and start. We could still get the majority of what you were saying, but it's a little bit buggy. If you want to drop back out and jump back in, all well and good, my friend. Right. Yeah. Obviously, I'm going to go a little bit clockwise here to my good man Dow.
What's up, buddy?
I mean, listen, man, when we're talking about voodoo, all I can hear when people are saying this is just lack of accountability. It's nonsense. It's delusion at its finest. And it's deflection at its finest as well, because, you know, this particular person, that it just, when you're saying things like that, it's so out there, so nonsensical, so ridiculous. It just deflects away from the actual fact that there is an issue. There is a possible question to be asked. We're not saying, oh, yeah, all of these injuries is 100% Mikel Arteta's fault. All we're saying is he has to take some accountability for these injuries. He has to take accountability for it. You know, and when we're asking these simple questions, it's just getting battered away like we're mad. Are we mad now, or has the manager got to take some accountability for this?
No, I think 90% lies on him. Right? I mean, 10%, you know, it's the medical staff, etc. But I'm not putting any blame really on the players because they're just doing that's what he's telling them to do. Right? We've seen how many times after, like, even Man City matches, Liverpool, some of the bigger, more difficult matches, the players are absolutely exhausted at the end, right? How many times have we seen Rice just practically fall down when he walks off the pitch? It's overplaying them, and it's not playing the right combination of players, you know, against difficult opponents compared to, you know, lesser decent opponents, right? Like your Southamptons, Ipswich, etc. there's times we could have played some of the kids in those games. You know, there's examples I've seen with Lee Gunner. I think you were on the show where he was saying, you know, we're 4-0 up and Saka's getting off the pitch in the 80th minute. Like, what are we doing here? You know, and there's certain circumstances where, again, his man management and his inexperience as a top manager, it completely shines through by the decisions he makes and the way he backs those decisions. So I agree with Shane. I lay a lot of this on Arteta. You know, it's not Saka's job to say, you know, sorry, Gaffer, I can't play today. I'm just not feeling it, right? No players are going to say that unless they're like have the flu, right, or really sick. No, if a player has a little bit of a muscle sore or they feel a little achy that day, hey man, pop some ibuprofen and get out on the pitch, right? But we're talking about players that have overrun at 22, 23 years old, you know, and like we've mentioned before, what's going to happen to their careers when they're really more in the prime years, right? 26, 27, 28. So I don't know, man. It's a big problem right now, but without Gabriel, I'm not holding my head up too high for, you know, the quarterfinals, to be honest. That's a massive blow. And again, how did it happen, Aaron? Transition. We're caught lacking way up too far up on the pitch, and we're having to chase the ball back, and Gabriel's running like the stallion he is, and then he comes up injured, you know? And so it's not only just some of the medical side, it's how he's playing, right? It's not just him pushing them, it's how we're using the defense and midfield to trap teams, and then on the counter we can't get back fast enough, and then we run this risk, right? So again, it comes down to poor man management, maybe the lack of communication with the medical staff. I think you and Shane are right. The people are afraid to approach the guy. You know, it's kind of like having a supervisor who's an asshole that you don't want to talk to, right? Your job or your career relies on this person's input. So, and their decision making, right? So decision making to me, above all, has been horrific, right? And some of I think it was Sporting Lisbon, we beat them 5-1, 5-0. And I'm sure there were players out there that had no reason to be out there past the 65th minute, right? When it's 4-0 already. You know, I mean, even when we play FIFA and Football Manager, we make smart changes, right? Just because. So, and at that level, is that the level Arteta's at, where anyone can like make those changes? And again, the changes he makes are so easy to identify for the opposition that it doesn't really change the games much either, right? And then we don't have the depth because we're not in the transfer windows doing what we need to do, and all that lies squarely on Arteta.
Thank you. Exactly right, man. And first of all, I absolutely agree with the points that you're making, Dal. Brilliantly summed up, mate. And before I come to Carl to get his point of view, because I'm fairly sure, you know, he's going to have his own take, but all the narratives are going to be fairly similar. I just want to say big up to Ross as well for being here, bruv. Always good to see you. Obviously, Miss Potts, Lawrence, we'll have you on very, very, very soon. SG, been a little bit. Big up, brother. Always an absolute pleasure, my man. And Eli Woods as well. Big up for jumping on. Unique and Aaron, I know panels have a right for people to debate. Please do not give deluded fans like Christian Aga a platform. I cannot take Arsenal fans who cannot see real issues within our club. Listen, man, it's real frustrating. But do you know what I will say to that point? Whilst I do agree with what you're saying, I probably will be having a bit more debates with them loopy people like that directly when I've got the patience for it. Because yesterday, I promise you, I absolutely didn't. They need to be told, you know, and they need more people telling them, because we're such a minority of people that think like us, aka with at least some form of base level common sense. We're not the most, well, you know, Jez is phenomenal with his football IQ, but you know what I mean? We're not the most knowledgeable people on the planet. We've just got at least a good base level of common sense, for crying out loud. That's all you need to see where the direction of Arsenal are going. It's absolutely ridiculous. Do you know what I'm saying, boys? Like what we sort of doing here? We got DJ Crane in the building as well. Oi. How are you doing, my brother? Carl, what we saying? What's your take on this, man? Because like, I'm sorry, it's almost borderline not good enough. I think there was something that Lee Gunner said, so I'm not going to nick a stat. I will mention him. I'm sure it was him that said the last time we got a grade 3, I think, was Lucas Podolski. I'm fairly certain he said that last night. And Shane's backstage as well. Big up again, and he'll probably be able to confirm that. I'm fairly certain he said that. That was a long time ago, bruv. Why does this keep happening?
It's no longer becoming indiscretion now. It is damn right negligence. what
Yeah.
this manager to have one grade 3 tear. It happens in football, but when it's happened 3 times now, and it's happened on a consistent basis, and the same 2 injuries of hamstring tears and knee injuries are the only ones that are propping up, that is some serious questions that need to be asked here. I'm just going to give you this, okay? I'm on Transfer Market on my phone, right? I'm going to give you the games that Gabriel was actually out for in this game, okay?
Yep.
In all the games he's played. So he's out in the 3-0 win against Monaco. He was out in the 2-0 home win against Man United and the 1-1 draw away to Fulham. He was out of in the League Cup. He was out of the Preston game, which we won 3-0 away from home. And that's it. They're the only games. All the games he's had have been averaging near enough 88.4 minutes. And there are games in this list that you could potentially turn around and say, we shouldn't have played him. The last game in the group stage, Girona, we was already through. Why are you playing him? What did he do? Oh yeah, played the full 90 minutes. PSV, we slapped them up 7-1. Now we made one change. Took Lewis Skelly off after 35 minutes because of his yellow card, and we were worried he was going to get sent off. It goes, okay, cool, fine, no issues. We went 4-1 or 5-1 up after about 50 minutes. Why did you not take Gabriel off them? Why did you not rest all your key stars at the point? And one person said to me, the reason being why we didn't take Gabriel Magalhaes off was because Partey and Timber were on yellow cards. We won 7-1. You have to be a complete and utter prick to blow the second leg.
Yep.
That second leg should have consisted of a lineup of David Raya in goal, Kieran Tierney left back, Kivior left centre back. No, sorry, Calafiore left centre back, Kivior right centre back, Ben White, Jorginho, Lewis Skelly. Put him in his actual left 8 role. Let's see what he can actually do in that left 8 role, actually. Zinchenko playing in the number 10 because his short range passing is actually very good. On the left, you play Raheem Sterling, Ethan Wemby.
Sorry, that was my accident touched it. Sorry.
Sorry.
Left
on the left, you play.
Sorry.
Yeah. On the left, you play.
Someone's
on the
getting
left, you
mic
play.
feedback. Sorry. So I was just trying to mute someone's mic. I forgot you were bloody talking.
Oh, sorry.
Someone's getting a bit of feedback.
On the left, you play Sterling. On the right, Ethan and Wemby. And up front, you put that 22-year-old striker that we still haven't seen play a kick a ball in the professional game.
100%.
You didn't need to do that, but guess what? He ended up doing it, and let's have a say. Oh yeah, he played the full 90 minutes.
Yeah,
even games like when you play like Leicester, Southampton, Ipswich. I'm sorry, but just not good enough. And even in the cup, okay, the FA Cup. What's going on with my?
Yeah, it's definitely your mic. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I'm just getting some. Yeah, I'll feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, and the FA Cup.
Yeah, come on.
Right, we play against United. Okay, fine. You play Gabriel in the FA Cup. Fine. You played 70 minutes, right? But there was no need to play him in the League Cup. He came on for 28 minutes against Bolton. He didn't play against Preston. He came on for 3 minutes against Crystal Palace, and then obviously he played the 2 Newcastle games. I mean, surely a manager has got to look at these minutes and manage them better. Same that goes with Bukayo Saka. Same that goes for Kai Havertz. Even though I think he's not a very good player, he didn't really deserve to have that entry hit him. He didn't really deserve that just because he's an awful player. He got ran into the ground because guess what? We had no striker. We got rid of 4 attacking players. In the summer, we got rid of Emil Smith-Rowe, we got rid of Reece Nelson, got rid of Eddie Nketiah, and we sent Fabio Vieira on loan. And we end up getting Calafiore and Moreno, who is a defensive midfielder and a left back.
Yep.
You had one injury to that front line, and already you're in massive trouble. And now you lose Havertz, you lose Saka, even though he returned. You know, it just does not add up. I've never seen players go down with grade 3 tears all in one season. Okay, I just think that it is just negligence from this manager. I just think he only cares about himself. That press conference I saw earlier on today, I was ready to throw my phone at the wall.
We'll get into that. Yeah, that's up and coming.
Because it's just not good enough. And the fact, look, we could have rested. I would say we could have rested. We could have rested a few more of our players against Fulham because it's a meaningless game. Liverpool are not going to drop off.
Yeah,
Liverpool are not going to drop off. They've got players in that team from 2019 2020 when they won the league. They know how to get over the line. They got players in there: Van Dijk, Salah, Alisson. They've got players in there who could actually take them over the line. So it's not like they're not going to do us and completely slip on a freaking 100 banana skins and bottle the league. They're not going to do that. They've got players to do that. The league's over for us. Our season is now solely relied on the Champions League. But now with Gabriel out, I'm worried now that the first thing Carlo Ancelotti is going to do after he finishes playing the weekend game, I don't know who Real Madrid have got this weekend. The minute that final whistle goes, he's going to look at table on how his players can completely dismantle and humiliate Jacob Kivior.
Yeah.
Unless you go to a back three and completely flip the script. But I just don't see it happening. I think he's going to stick Kivior in and hope for the best. Sorry, mate. Hoping for the best ain't gonna freaking beat Real Madrid.
Facts, mate. Facts. And do you know what? I'm gonna double down on some of the points that you've excellently made, by the way, Carl. It's worth noting. Excellently made. I'm gonna double down on this year. So I was sort of having a back and forth with some top gooners the last couple of days, as I've said. And one of the things their points that they sort of countered me with was when I was saying about we've had opportunities, like you excellently put, Cole, to rest Gabriel and all the other players, but this specifically was Gabriel. And sort of I got come back where they were saying, listen, you never really rest your centre-back partnerships. And do you know what? To a degree, I do understand. They are probably the least rotated, but that wasn't the point that I was getting at. So now this changes, right? So my opinion would have been agreed with them, or largely would have. If we'd have been 3 points behind Liverpool, 4 points, 5, I'd have totally understood that in that period, you still would have had to play your best team because you're still fighting for the league. Yep. However, we, I think, were probably at that point 9 points with an impending 12 points behind Liverpool coming up, which inevitably did happen, by the way, everyone. So why can't the demographic change in terms of how you rotate then by a situation that you're in? And by that, I mean, we had 7 days left to play Real Madrid 7 or 8 before we played Fulham at home. Now, you're looking at them 2 games, and whilst not totally worthless, I mean, they're knocking on the door of pointless games. I know that you still want to win to build momentum. Absolutely. I totally get it. You still want 3 points. You still want to give yourself distance, whatever, blah, 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 blah. The point is if you've lost the league, why can you not at least just rest one of your centre-backs and even just one of your central defensive midfielders in a game where against Real Madrid, your defence, first and foremost, has to be absolutely on point. And by defence, I mean your goalkeeper. I mean your 4 defenders, and I also mean your 2 central defensive midfielders. They have to be on point to get to at least maybe even just concede 1 against Real Madrid. Or obviously, they have to be almost flawless to get a clean sheet there. Look at what we've done now. And people that can't really appreciate this. Do you know what someone said to me? How can you rest one of your centre-backs whilst you're still going for the league? 12 points behind. This is what we're dealing with, people. This is what kind of mentality we're dealing with. It's like a child's mentality. Voodoo. Oh, we're still going for the league. It's like talking to my little daughter about football. And she's 4 years old. Do you know what I mean? And I honestly, on my nan's grave, I get more of a football conversation out of her on a beautiful grave. I really do. And it certainly doesn't infuriate me as much. I enjoy talking to her about football more than the knees lot. Why can't you? Why can you not? And I'll come to shame with this. Why can you not just play a horses for courses scenario where, come on, the league's done. Let's get your players rested. I'm not talking about wholesale changes. I'm talking about 2 players. And we've got them because you know what happens now? And like Carl was alluding to, guess what? He probably will end up playing Thomas Partey there, which means not only will Vinicius Jr. absolutely rip that side apart. We've got Kivy, who are probably going to be totally isolated because no one's there to help cover him. Bar Saliba's going to be basically the only defender because we're going to have a young kid who's a left-sided centre 8 playing left back as well, by the way. So we've only really got now Saliba in the whole defence as opposed to 4 before. And then guess what happens? Now we've got Jorginho against Camavinga and co. Shane, like, how can people not understand that sometimes, you know, there's a situation in the league or in a game where you may just have to chop and change a few things for the greater good, the benefit of it. It's madness. How can people not see this, Shane? It's baffling, bro.
Yeah, look, we've all been in the same situation numerous times where we're trying to get our point across to these people, and it's just impossible. You know, if you take a top team, i.e. City, PSG, Bayern, Madrid, someone like that, right? And I put City in that, even though they're having a shit season. But a top manager, every league game, there'll be one change that you didn't see coming. You know, there'll be a winger rested, and the City, you know, the only one that they'll sort of flog like that is Haaland, and even he'll get a rest in the cups and things like that, or if they're qualified in the Champions League. But out the wings, you wouldn't be able to call who's going to play out the wings for them. Someone will come in, Grealish will start, and you go, I didn't see him starting, or Savio will start. You go, I didn't see him starting, and you know, PSG will do the same. If you watch La Liga, you know, watch a Madrid game, an Atletico game, a Barcelona game, there'll be 2 changes you didn't see coming because you rest players from the first game of the season. You take 2 players out, you take a player out here and there. Oh, he's in form. Yeah, good. I'm going to give him a rest. I want to keep him in form, and I don't mean form as in playing, just keep playing. I mean he's in form. I don't want to get him injured. Carl pointed out about those League Cup games and stuff like that. Yeah, we were going through them last night, and it took us about 5 minutes to save Gabriel 400 minutes of meaningless games that he played. It took about 5 minutes of us going through the pictures, going, shouldn't have played that, shouldn't have played that, shouldn't have played that, should have been taken off here, should have been taken off here. And the same can be said for Saka, Saliba, Rice, all these players. And then they're saying, oh, well, Rice got through the second leg in the PSV game. He already got booked. I mean, that's another thing that he didn't consider. Do you think that Rice isn't going to get booked at the Emirates, chasing back trying to cover Jorginho? He's nearly guaranteed a booking. Then he misses the next leg. And if we do have Partey at right back and Lewis Kelly at left back, we have 2 midfielders playing or as fullbacks. We have a centre back in Kivior, you know, who is just a joke. Let's be real. The chap's awful. He got spun by Raul Jimenez, one of the slowest forwards out there. He got spun and left in the dust by him. So these all come back to Mikel Arteta, and they can go on all they want about luck and voodoo, and you know, even the red cards fall on him. The red cards fall on him. The ill discipline bleeds down from the top in any business. If you have a manager that's rude and obnoxious, his staff will be rude and obnoxious. If you have and I'm talking about a manager in, say, a Tesco or something like that. You know, if he's rude and obnoxious, his staff will be, and he can go all he wants about the miracle that we're in second and we're in 2 competitions. We're not in 2 competitions. Madrid are going to wipe the floor with us, and even if they don't, even if miracle of miracles we scrape through 1-0 over 2 legs, he'll then go lose to Emery or something like that, because that's the script that Arteta lives by, and we know it. We can see it coming, just like we could see Timber coming. You called it last week. You said Timber's going to drop. We know that Gabriel is good. We knew Gabriel is going to drop. We know Rice is going to drop soon. We all know this, and they can say he doesn't, like I said earlier, he doesn't overrule medics. We know he does. We know he does. He played Rice on a broken toe. He played Ben White through 3 months of needing surgery. So the more that they keep piling this stuff in, you know, I want Madrid to get all these suspensions, which they're never going to happen. It's all a myth. But I'd love that to happen just so there's no excuses. So there's no more excuses. I want Saka back. And that guy wasn't even taking corners in the Fulham game. I mean, that says it all to me. Why wasn't he taking the corners if he's perfect? You know, that kid has been rushed back, and Arteta has put all the pressure on him. He wanted to come back. He wanted this. Him. Not me. Not I wanted him back. Not we needed him back. Him. And it's passive aggressive language, and it's the language of a manipulator, and it's the language of a cult leader and a manipulator. It's like an abusive husband. You see what you make me do. You know what I mean? It's manipulation and of the highest caliber. And the problem is that today reporters can't call people up on this. They used to, Ron Atkinson storming out interviews and stuff because they'd ask the questions that they wanted to ask. But these are all handpicked Charlie Watson, all these lads that they're just brown nosing them, and they just don't want to lose their pass. They don't want to lose their journalist pass to get into the press conferences. So until he starts getting asked the right questions, and I mean pushed on it, I mean someone to go, you do know that 3% of hamstring tears are grade 3. Just say that to him and see what he says. See if he blames luck. See if he blames the pitch. See if he blames his trainer, because he will start blaming them, because an artist cannot take the blame. Someone else has to be to blame. And, I'm with Carl. Like, I was doing videos when I first started doing this. One of my weekly videos was going through his press conferences. But I had to stop. I was getting too angry. You know what I mean? I was getting wound up doing them. And when I did it with you, it was different because it was fun and we were bouncing off each other. But to just sit there, I can't read them because it's the same shit. He doesn't answer the question. He dances around like a stripper, and he never gets to the point. But look, they can say all they want.
Innit?
These injuries come down to him, and that's the end of it. The injuries are his fault. The league position we're in is his fault. The transfers are his fault. He signed these players. He fair enough. He didn't probably sort the wages out, but he insisted on certain players. They're all in now, and the likes of Kivior have been signed to replace signings he made that also failed, like Nuno Tavares. So he's signing a player. So we sign a Kivior replacement. That's his third shot at it. Never mind the left wing position. He's had on the left back position. He's had 5 or 6 shots at a goalkeeper the same. It's just infuriating. And I was watching your stream that time, Aaron, when you were trying to go up against those guys, and it was just like it was like talking to a wall. I pitied you trying to get your point across to them. You know what I mean? Because it's just infuriating. But listen, I've rambled on enough. It gets to me, and I'm the same. I'm like Carl. It just winds me up, and it just gets to a point where you're going, what has to happen for these people to go, shit, maybe I was wrong about it?
Do you know what it's almost like? Yeah, like, do you know when you see like in like TV shows like 24 or anything like that, where you get like the terrorists and things like that, and they're basically like, we have to destroy the world to get it almost better. That's what it almost feels like. Like, what do you actually have to do to just get it to turn around? Does like someone have to get ill, or does someone? It's getting to the stage where like some serious shit has to sort of happen. Do you know what I mean? Like before we sort of get out of this nonsense. And you're right. I'm glad. I knew you was in the chat on that stream. Like the points that me and Rashid at the time as well were making. I mean, they were largely statistical. Some obviously opinions, but they were largely statistical. And the stuff that we got batted back was just unbelievable. One of them said, and he's the better of the two. To be fair, they both seem all right. But I mean, like. Probably normally one of them's, I think, way far gone. But there was this other fella at the top of the screen. Don't want to mention names because they've been cool to me. So like I won't mention their names. But yeah, he goes to me, oh yeah, I just don't know whether it's just whether I fear change in the manager. And I was like, questioning your mentality then, son. So basically you're a fear of changing this manager, clouding your judgment on this manager. And he actually openly admitted it. It's almost like if a girlfriend's been cheating on you for 2 years with your brother or something like that, and you're like, well, you don't know whether to leave her or you stay with her, and just like, well, like it's still hurting you while you're staying with her. You just need to leave. Don't be scared of change because you're still going to just constantly get hurt staying here. And that's what these lot are like, man. They're just staying with that cheating girlfriend. It's madness, man. I did put a poll up in the chat just very briefly, swapping this out, and how many people? 26 votes we got, and it was, does Mikel deserve to shoulder some blame for his injuries? 74% of you said yes. 4%, probably one vote I would have thought. 4% said no, and 22% said, of course, brother. So, we have got some sense in the chat. This is what we're saying, man. And as well, big up to everyone that's locked in.
By the one person who wakes up and thinks he's an onion. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that 4% geezer or girl or whatever you are. Do you know what I mean? Come on, man. What are we doing here? Dow. Manchester. We've got Real Madrid obviously coming up. Do you know what I mean? And we're tying sort of into that. I actually give us a 15 before these injuries, a 15% chance of possibly getting through it. Now without Gabriel and possibly without Timber. What are you sort of seeing with that? What's your views, man? What are we saying here with this upcoming game, the best in the business in Europe, and now we've got no defense? What do you
Right.
reckon on it, brother?
My thing is, we need to put Declan Rice there. I'm with our man.
You think so?
Yeah, always Arsenal. We were talking earlier, and BBK, shout out BBK and the Waffle Sports channel. I can't remember the channel name, but yeah, we were talking like, let's put Rice there. Let's put Rice there, right next to Saliba. You know, maybe play him a little more advanced, but I don't want to see anybody else in there. I don't want to see Kiwi over there. I don't want to see Timber there. I don't want to see Ben White there. I know Ben White hasn't played center back in a couple seasons, but I think Declan Rice would be the good choice. The athleticism, him and Saliba together, I think there's something there. But then you got to look at who plays our six, right? That would be
Partey.
Yeah.
right? Partey, and then I would look at Moreno on the left and Odie on the right, because I don't want to see Moreno up front. I know it's not going to happen.
No. I'm not shaking my head. It ain't going to happen. I would not put Moreno on the left 8. I would not put Moreno on the left 8. I put Zinchenko at the left 8.
Yeah, that's a shout out too. But remember, he's only done that once in 5 years. So what's the chance of him doing it again, Carl? That's the thing. And you know, I'm really curious what Jez has to think about the Madrid game. To be honest, that's my big thing, man. Is like, is we can't be caught in running back, and we need athleticism to center back. I think Rice is the guy.
Yeah. I mean, to throw my two thing on the only thing, like, if we generally have no one else, I can see that point, but it's a tricky one, because for me, you've got like Rice there. Like, I think that just destabilizes the midfield too much. I mean, if we're down to bare bones,
right?
We're down to bare bones. I can see that point. If we have got another centre back, it's annoying, because you think he signed Kivior, didn't he? You should bloody trust him.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Yeah, I know that's where your views coming from.
We know Arteta doesn't really trust the bench, right? We've known this now since day one. He doesn't trust the bench. He only plays the bench when he absolutely has to. And so, I think with Rice there, right? Does that leave a dent in the midfield? Maybe not. Maybe he can be more advanced and come back to support. Maybe he plays in that gap between the center backs and the number 6. If Arteta's as creative as he thinks he is, and Arteta sexuals think he is, then he has to figure this out. This is the biggest games of his career, for sure. If we get slaughtered out there, he's got to go. Well, he's got to go anyway, but if we get slaughtered out there, it's an embarrassment to the club. It's an embarrassment to him and all the accolades he's gotten over the last 3 or 4 years, essentially, for playing, second place football, essentially. So I just, I was shout out to our man Arsenal always. He put it in the chat. It was a great idea. I didn't really think of that this morning. I wanted to bring that towards the show, and just let's maybe think about that. Maybe give that some thought over the weekend. But I really don't know what we're going to do without Gabriel, Aaron. I got to be honest. Yeah, it's such a miss in the squad. But we have to do what we got to do.
Yeah, he's probably as well. I think it's fair to say, with Saka being nowhere near match fitness, that's just a fact.
Yeah.
If there was any player you didn't want to lose, it was Gabriel Magalhaes. Before I come to Cole next, and then of course to Jez, then I will be putting the link out in the chat for people to come on. We just want to say hello to a couple of people as well in this absolutely world-class chat. We've got 41 locked in. Don't forget to like and sub, and links are in the description of these fantastic guests that I've got on who produce fantastic comments. Big up Darren Sullivan. Always a pleasure, my friend. Absolutely. Dio, man. How you doing, my man? You're becoming a bit of a regular as well, man. How you doing? Always a pleasure. How can Arteta not cop the blame for the injuries? See, this is why I like Dio, because he talks sense. It's his relentless physical demands on the players for tactical reasons that lead to this in tandem, with his selectively small squad. And you're absolutely right. He's selected this squad. He's chose for it to be small, like Cole said. And I think all of us have probably said as well at one point. He replaced 4 attacking players and sold them in the summer, and only bought Raheem Sterling in to do 4 men's jobs. And I mean, he can't even do his own job, let alone 3 other people's. Let's sort of get it right. And is there any coincidence that Ben White, probably overly worked, has got injured this season? Is it any coincidence that the hamstring grade 3s? Kai Havertz is probably one of our harder working geezers. Gabriel Magalhaes, Bukayo Saka running up and down that wing for fun. it's probably no surprise, like you're saying, that the physical demands that he's putting on all of these players has finally came to its head. And unfortunately, it's the fans that suffer, but actually more personally, it's the players that are suffering because, whilst there's, you can say, oh, the fans mean most, and we do, still, that's their careers. And a manager, an inexperienced, narcissistic prick like Mikel Arteta shouldn't be playing, it's all about me, Simon Says. Do you know what I mean? On players' careers, because it's naughty, absolutely naughty. Bike Thief, I think it's the first time I've seen you in this chat. Big up to you. Into the box, big up to you, brother. How are you doing, my friend? Lawrence is chipping in. I saw the last of AKBs. Yeah, Arson knows best. Where are you doing? The link will be in the chat very soon for you to jump on, my friend, when Wenger left. But now they've returned under the guise of Arteta knows best. I know we can't get rid of the fuckers, can we? Give me strength. I wish I could, but I've got none left, mate. They've sapped all of mine as well, my friend. Unique, big up, man. Yeah, we can try White, Saliba, Timber, Tierney, Skelly in defence. We've got to try something, mate. I know that. I'll just take a couple more and then I'll get Cole back in. So just a couple of people talking in amongst themselves here. We got a bit of Dio. What you saying here, bruv? We can't take Rice out of midfield because his industry can't be replaced. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm getting at. But maybe it might come to the point. I think that's what Dow's saying, maybe because he don't trust Kivior. I would personally not play Rice at centre back because I don't want to disturb the other positions. However, if it comes to it, need must sort of thing, it sort of is what it is. Yeah, and Arteta is a stubborn muppet. That is being extremely polite, Unique. Yeah, but I kind of get, see you next Tuesdays and all that. That's where I think he's probably more at. But Ozzy, big up as well, brother. AK4P in the building, mate. How are you doing, my friend? The link will be posted in the chat very, very, very soon. I'm going to get Cole's thought. I'm going to get Jez's thought. And then we will go. Cole, man, yeah, the Real Madrid game. Sort of what Dow was saying about the position and things like that. How would you set up? Let's just go in there. How would you set up your starting 11, the formation, the players? What's your sort of view on the impending loss? I feel, my friend.
So I kind of think that with our squad, and it doesn't matter which way we set up, if we want to go straight to a back four, or you want to go to a back three or back five. I don't think it's going to make a blind a bit of difference. It's just especially not in the second leg. Because we know Real Madrid will turn up in the second leg, okay? They're going to stick the place out on Tuesday. They just are, right? So I made the option of we go to a back three. And I know, and Dow made a very, very good comment regarding moving Declan Rice into defence. I've looked at his minutes this season. He's played all but 2 games in that number 8 role, and I personally feel, as much as I think it would be different, I think against Real Madrid, I think that's an accident waiting to happen. It doesn't matter if it's him or it could be Kivior. It's an accident waiting to happen. So let's go with a back 3. Let's play Tierney on the left side centre half. You play Saliba as the main centre. You play Timber right centre back. I don't trust Ben White playing at centre half. So if Ben White's fit to go, I would put him at right wing back. That's what I would do. Yeah. I would probably say Lewis Skelly could then play left wing back. You then can play Partey, Rice, Odegaard.
Nice.
And then you leave your 2 up top, which will be. I want pace. I want pace in this. Stick Ethan and Wenry and Martinelli up top.
Yeah.
That's what that's what I would go for. You've got to go. We have to play low block football and beat them on the counter. We've got to do that. Teams have gone at Real Madrid and they have beaten them on the counter as that before. But okay, this is Champions League football. It's a completely different kettle of fish. So that's how I would line up. But as I said, I've got maybe a 5% of hope that we get something, that we take Real Madrid out. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think we'll keep it close. I do think we'll keep it close in the first leg. But I don't think it's going to be when it reaches the Bernabeu in the second leg. Yeah, it's going to be like watching Paddington Bear walk straight into a mincing machine. It's going to be quite tragic. So,
poor Paddington.
Yeah. Poor Paddington, yeah.
Pray for Paddington. Jez, man, you've been waiting patiently there. I want you to just tell me what you think about this whole nonsense. You know what I mean? How you'd line up maybe against Real Madrid, what chances are. Just yeah, I want your summary because I know you might not have too much longer, my friend. So you know, what do you think about this whole the Gabriel? Obviously, I know we touched on that, but the Real Madrid game coming up, bruv.
Well, let's put it right. All these hamstring injuries are
Still
down.
getting a bit of feedback from someone. I don't know. I'm not too sure. Sorry, Jez. Still getting a bit of feedback. Go on, mate. Sorry, Jez. Good.
That's all right. All these hamstring muscle tears are all down to fatigue. It's overplaying. And that is a simple fact as that. Look, I'm no physio, but I know enough. You can read about it. Yeah. You know, you know yourself in your own body when you know you've got a twinge because you've done something wrongly, you've overstressed yourself in any sports you've ever played. It can be football, rugby, golf. You know, you can do damage to yourself because you're doing the wrong move. And your hamstring is the biggest muscle in your body, right? And in your leg, I mean. And you overstress it, mate, it's going to break down. And the only reason you overstress it is through training and continually playing. And that can only be blamed on one person, and that is the manager, because he's overplayed and stressed these players. We've had Saka playing with injury for over 18 months. How many times have we all witnessed him coming off limping? You know, so sorry, you have to blame one person. To get back to what you were saying, I mean, tomorrow I would be resting. I'd put the kids out tomorrow because there's nothing in it for us. You know, we know what Everton are going to do. We know how physical they can be. We can't afford any more injuries. We're in one competition, and that is the Champions League, and that is it. We're not going to win the Premier League. That's gone. Forget it.
Yep.
Forget it. So don't forget, we've got the last game of the season to go to Liverpool and beat them. And when was the last time we did that, guys? Right? Because that ain't happening this season.
2012, Podolski and Cazorla, mate. Long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. You know,
purple and blue hoop top, man. What a t-shirt that was, but a very long time ago.
Through history, we've never been great at Anfield. You know, I mean, we're not going to go back and talk about the history shit, but you know, it's there. Everybody can read it. Yet people seem to gas it up that we can still win the league. Get out of it. What are you watching here?
Yeah.
What are you watching? But against Real Madrid at home, personally, my centre two would be basically would be Saliba and Tierney. Tierney can play centre defence. Lewis Skelly, on the left. Timber on the right. Not the greatest, but greatest defence, but it can do a job.
It's not fit, Jez.
Huh?
What if Timber's not fit?
What do you mean?
Like, what if Timber isn't fit as well? She's had Timber on the right.
Well,
what about
I mean, I'm just knowing if he is.
Hopefully, of course, I was just asking a question.
But hopefully that was just a little knock.
I hope so.
If he's not fit, then we're shafted.
Yeah.
Seriously. Kivwa, Christ. You know, I don't rate him at all. The midfield speaks for itself. We know where we're going on that one. It's going to be Rice, Partey and Odegaard. That ain't going to change anytime soon. Up front, as I think pretty much we would all agree, we need to have, against Real Madrid, we need pace. And the other night, I was very impressed with Martinelli. I thought that's the best game he's played all season. Best game he's played for a very long time, actually. And of course, we know that Saka's going to play. We all know that. So, you know, I would rather we stick Enwary in the centre. I think he can do a job there. But we know. I wouldn't be at all surprised, guys, if you see Saka come on again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be at all-
He'll start.
He's fit.
No, I think he's going to start.
If he's fit, right? He might be physically fit, but he ain't match fit. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't want to see him start tomorrow. I think that would be pathetic against Everton because we got going to. It doesn't matter. It's a dead rubber tomorrow. I don't give a shit whether we lose tomorrow. I don't. We're not going to win the Premier League.
You know what, Jez? That Everton game's an accident waiting to happen. That is.
Yeah,
That's a battle. That is. That's an accident waiting to happen for someone.
It's a car crash.
Yeah. You can see it. So just before I do move on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, no, 100%. Just before I do jump in. Sorry, boys. Just quick. Like obviously we've got 3 new guests. I will go in the order that they jumped in. Lawrence will do Macy and then AK. Big up as well, brother. Just because you're a Man City fan, man, you're always more than welcome, my friend. But before I do that, we've got Dow, sorry, not Dazza. I'll call my mate Dow. Yeah. Apologies, Dow. You've said you got to shoot. Listen, man, thank you ever so much for giving me 56 minutes and 50 seconds of your time, man. It's greatly appreciated. I love sharing a stream with you. I love listening to your takes. And yeah, man, shout out your thing. Where can we all find you?
Check me out at Oregon Good on YouTube, and every Friday at 9:30 UK time with TJ on the American Idiots Show. We're coming up to our 100th episode, so we hope to have a big panel with everyone involved in the next couple of weeks. So if you're not familiar, go to TJ Warren TV, American Idiot Show. Please sub and like the videos. And thanks again, Aaron, for the invite. Great panel today. Good to see you, Macy, For Pete, Lawrence, Shane, Jez, Carl. Yeah, legends and everyone in the chat.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Peace and love to all you guys. And thanks again, Aaron and Arteta out. See you guys soon. Peace.
Please, man. You're always welcome. Cheers. Thank you very much, Dow. And do you know what? Like I said, he does, I think, every Friday with TJ Warren. And they are a testament to the American fans, along with Southern Goon and Matty, of course, where people say, what do these Yanks know? I'll tell you what, they know a fucking lot more than you do, Top Gooners. I can promise you that. And they are a credit to our fan base. So just before as well, we got 40 people locked in. Don't forget as well, like and sub to this video. And all of the panel's channels will be in the description. So make sure you go and give everyone a little follow. But we're going to bring in Lawrence first, of course.
I'm just going to say, guys,
in there first. Go on, Jess.
I'm going to bounce out, mate.
Yep.
I've got stuff to do.
I thought so.
Shout out to Anthony Herbert. It's his birthday today. And it's
wonderful.
actually 3 years ago today I started my channel, unbelievably. And that's gone right in time. So, gentlemen, all of you, good luck. And well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. And I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm not going to hold my breath about it. Personally, I just put the kids out and say, just go and play, personally, because at the end of the day, we've got a bigger fish to fry next week. I hate saying that phrase, but it's true. And we got to get it. We got to get it over the line, because if we don't, see you later. But catch you later, guys. Take care. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yes, every single time. Big up.
Take care, man. Take care.
Aaron, you're muted.
Yeah, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was trying to just say, what you were talking there when Jez was saying about not playing Saka. If you watch that press conference, Arteta was hinting at starting him. He was hinting at starting him, and I would not be shocked if he starts him. I think the only reason he's brought him back for these 2 league games so early is that if he breaks down in the Madrid game, they go, well, I didn't rush him back for that. He was ready to go. Look, he played in those 2 games. And people are wondering, like, will he make a load of changes? There's no way he's making a load of changes. There's no way he's making a load of changes for the sheer reason that he would be dreading finishing third, and then the record is there that he didn't finish second again, because it's all about him, and he wants to keep it, like I said, with the playing the full team again, or a pretty pretty close to full team in the second leg against PSV. It's all about, saying, oh, we haven't lost in eight Champions League games. He cannot, because if he finishes second and gets to the quarterfinals, he can say, well, it's the same as last season. We got there. So, and with all the injuries, imagine where he would have been without the injuries. He would have done better than last year. So it's all just a way for him to keep his little Arteta sexuals happy, and it's a way to keep the press, and he can throw this at them. He can talk about a league challenge, as we've said many times on this channel and on many channels, and we've all said it. We haven't been top once this season. Not once have we been top. This is not a league challenge. This is just us being in second while Liverpool win the league. That's all that is. And if all these teams have fallen off, the Cities and the Chelseas and all them, we'd be struggling for top four. I mean, I think, Aaron, you put up the stat, didn't you? That
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Winning.
You put up the stat, didn't you? That the points
Charles,
season are the same as Emery.
Yeah, don't worry, I haven't got any strippers locked up in my wardrobe like Charlie Sheen, by the way. But I mean, not today, anyway.
No.
What did he say? You're only as young as the women you feel. Apparently.
Yeah. I've always had a younger missus. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we're doing. You know what I mean, well, of legal age, of course. I have to add that in there. 100%. My missus turned 30 this year. She's got a younger sister, so I might trade her in very soon.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Done.
No, listen, Lawrence, man, absolute legend. Sorry, I did actually try getting Jez out there, but of course, I think my mic was just doing a crazy thing as well. But Shane, thank you very much for picking up, my friend. Absolute superstar. And Lawrence, I wanted to get you in on obviously some of the new guys. What you saying, my brother? What do you reckon on it, man? This old Real Madrid and all these injury lark. What's on your mind, bruv?
Well, I thought Tuesday was pretty much the same. I was falling asleep watching the game until we took the lead. I mean, it's just the same old shit every fucking game. Sorry for using bad language, but that's what it was.
You go ahead.
It's
the Friday stream, mate. Come on, man. Just maybe refrain from the C word.
I mean,
you know what I mean? But other than that, mate, fill your boots, son.
Yeah, I was so uninspired. Same lackluster performance, no energy, same old thing, passing backwards, passing sideways. I mean, it's the same bloody tactics every game, and going on what Shane said a minute ago, I made a stat, right? We played 46 games this season, including the Premier League and all, the Champions League and the domestic cup competitions, 46 games. And out of those 46 games, we've only played 9 games where we've dominated from start to finish. That's 1/5 of the games that we played that we've absolutely battered the opposition. And I've made a list. Man City, the 5-1. PSV, 7-1. Nottingham Forest, 3-0. Monaco, 3-0. Dinamo Zagreb, 3-0. Palace, 5-1. Sporting, 5-1. Preston, 3-0. Bolton, 5-1. Those are the only games that we've actually put in a shift for the whole 90 minutes. Every other game, it's been dull, boring shit.
Yeah.
Even though we've got some results out of them, it's been crap throughout the 90 minutes. And
to argue it.
As I said to you last week, these 2 games against Real Madrid are what's left of this season. The game tomorrow is a dead rubber. Like you said, I can see a car accident happen, especially with that arsehole Tarkowski playing for him, because I know he's going to clap Saka or Odegaard or Trossard, and then we're going to be totally fucked. But as I said, April the 17th, all you plastic deluded AKB ostriches who worship the Spanish clown, be prepared, because I'm giving you the "told you so" speech on Facebook about this was going to happen this season.
Yeah, no facts. And just quickly as well, Bike Thief's asking just quickly on who's next for the injury. Who do you reckon, Lawrence? Who's going to be the next one?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it could be anyone. I mean, I'm praying he doesn't. I'm praying he doesn't put Saka on from the start. Knowing him, he probably will. But anyone up front, you know, Tarkowski's going to clatter into them.
Yep.
Well, you know, don't be surprised if that happens. Don't be surprised if Saliba pulls up with her hamstring next. And people are now thinking, oh, well, we've got Kivior as cover. Kivior is going to be absolutely rinsed when he faces Mbappe and Vinicius Junior.
He's going to get rinsed when he's going one-on-one against Beto, which is Everton's main striker, by the way.
Yeah. So he got rinsed against Fulham. You know what I mean? He did absolutely.
Yeah. I'm just gonna bring old Macy in now. If you can hear me, stop watching wrestling and talking about Arsenal now, my brother.
That's okay, Aaron. I wrote you a song.
Here he is. Go on, then, Macy. Go on. Well, come on, man. Cheer my day up, man. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
Macy, come on.
I'll sing you the song, Aaron. Maybe that will cheer you up.
Come on, Macy. Put a smile on my face, for crying out loud. What have you got for me, man?
All right. Say his name, man. He appears. I believe in Aaron. I believe in Aaron.
Well, mate, and I've got a serenade. What a geezer! I'll take that. I'm being serenaded.
Yeah.
What a fucking geezer! There we go.
Aaron.
I always try to make you smile, Aaron.
Macy, as always, man. What have you got to say on this absolute treble bollocks about
I
this
knew the Gabriel injury was going to
career
happen.
ender, aka Wankstain, aka narcissist, aka absolute prick, Mikel Arteta? What have you got to say on it?
I knew the Gabriel injury was going to happen, Aaron. I mean, there was a reason why. Like, we knew that this injury would happen, and what made it even worse was Declan Rice, because he kept saying, yo, play the ball out to play, so because Gabriel is injured and all this. So if Declan Rice was saying that, then why was he still holding the ball on his feet? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And people can say, oh, but we beat Fulham, our first win against Fulham for like 3 games now. Yeah, it doesn't, but it doesn't matter now, because we're still ain't gonna catch Liverpool, who Everton kept quiet until if Jota hadn't scored that winning goal. So big up to Jota. And Arne Slot is really cooking this season. And if he wins all 4 of his games, then I assure you the Premier League title will be theirs this season. It will definitely be Liverpool's. And all you Arsenal Arteta sexuals can cry and make all these excuses of, oh, we weren't prepared and all this stuff. Go back and apologize to us after you said last season when Klopp left, you said, oh, it don't matter, we're gonna finish above Slot. But now that Slot is above us now, where are you now? Where are all you top gunners going to say? Like, you top gunners are the ones that said that, oh, but Slot is nobody knows who Slot is. Well, I'll tell you who Slot is. He was a decent manager at Feyenoord, and he won them their first ever Dutch title for about so many years now. And I can guarantee you he's going to help Liverpool win their second Premier League title and their first title with over 38,000 fans watching them. Because in the 2020 season, when there were no fans in the ground, Liverpool won the title, but there were no fans in the ground. So when Liverpool do win that Premier League crown, there will be so many fans celebrating, partying up with their balloons and everything. So congratulations to Liverpool. And as for Gabriel's injury, I mean, we knew this was going to happen anyway, so we're going to have to stick with Kivior. Like, I'm just sick and tired of Arteta. Like, look at all the players. Look at all the players he has put through in this predicament. Saka, Tierney, Tomiyasu, Saliba, Rice, Odegaard, players that he has put through in this predicament, and now Gabriel is next on that list, and Calafiori as well. And people can say, oh, but Everton lost 1-0 to Liverpool. Well, we still haven't got a good record against them at Goodison Park, because do you remember the last time we played against them? They drew 0-0 with us at the Emirates Stadium, and they kept all of our attackers quiet, especially Ashley Young. 39-year-old Ashley Young kept Odegaard quiet the whole 90 minutes. And I can guarantee you, when David Moyes starts Young again, he will absolutely keep our captain quiet yet again. And as for the Real Madrid game, people can say that, oh, but Rudiger is missing. He might not be available. Well, they still got Asensio, that he's a top defender, by the way. He's young, he's quick, and he's athletic. And I can guarantee you they'll add maybe another centre-back. Not Militao, because I don't know whether or not Militao will be back for the Arsenal game. But Real Madrid, they ain't no pushovers. They are the current holders of the Champions League. And I can guarantee you, they ain't going to... Ancelotti's not going to listen to that North London Forever song. He's just going to say, oh, I don't care about that song. I just want us to batter Arsenal, and let's just go on and fight and face whoever we got, Aston Villa or PSG. And people can say, yeah, and I can guarantee you, Kivior will get absolutely body walked by Kylian Mbappe, the French Michelangelo of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This Mbappe will absolutely cook Kivior, the Homer Simpson. So don't get overconfident with Real Madrid, with Igal's combined 11 of Arsenal and Real Madrid, because if Real Madrid do beat us, then our fan base will say, oh, but but a tough Champions League season to forget, guys. We knew we were gonna lose to Real Madrid, guys. The excuses are gonna keep coming year after year, and it's not gonna stop, Aaron. And I can assure you, Ian Wright will wheel out yet another merch after Madrid knock us out of the Champions League.
Yeah. No, listen, man. Yeah, that's it. You talk facts, and two, the smile's back on my face, Macy. You're a funny fucker. I love it. And do you know what? Not only are you funny, you talk absolute facts. That's why I love it when you come on, man. They're just before I come to AK, who's obviously been waiting there patiently, and big up for coming on as well, my friend. Just want to run through a couple of bits in the chat as well, and there's a couple of ones. Luca, if you want to jump on, the links there, brother's pinned. As well, I just wanted to shout out a little bit of this. I didn't know so much about the first bit, but Dr. Seymour, big up to you. Losing 20 pounds at the gym since Feb. Boy, listen, man, absolutely spot on. Fair play to you, bruv. Well, it's tricky, mate. Do you know what I mean? When you're losing a little bit of weight, the diet and all of that, and I don't know how you're going about it, but that is fucking good news to you, bruv. So absolutely big up to you, man. There's a couple of you also, including yourself, that's put a Q in the panel. I'm not ignoring them. I have starred them. Jason Carter, you've sent a Q as well. I have starred it. We will get to them, so I'm not ignoring them questions, just letting you know. Static, Aaron Panel got a bounce. Absolute legend, Static. As always,
Big
my
up,
friend.
Static.
Big up to you, man. Yeah, he's a geezer. Darren, yeah, always a legend as well. We've got empty seats. Lads, is the dream ticket to Arteta out? Oh, yeah, 100% it is, mate. I did my bit for the club in our history. Didn't go Fulham at home on general sale. Even, mate, it's madness that I went to there. And do you know what the funny bit about that is as well, gentlemen, including you, Dow? They want to upgrade it to an 80,000-seater stadium, rather. That's madness when you can't even sell a home game to Fulham. And you've got this geezer in charge who don't win anything. What do you reckon's going to happen if you get another 20,000 people on top of it? They'll all be on general sale, mate, when this manager's still in charge. Let's just get that absolutely right. 43 likes, like and subscribe again, man. That's wicked, man. We've had a lot in the building today. Do you know what I mean? It's all well and good. And obviously, I've got shout, Dad. How you doing, man? You managed to find me. You're only an hour and 15 minutes late. What a great dad you are. Thank you very much for the support. You're better late than never, I guess. Only joking, mate, of course. Love you, mate. Liam, big up to you, man. You're always in here as well now. We've got to do his utmost impression of Madeline, disappear and act. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, that is the finest disappearing act of all time. To be fair, do you know what I mean? Any magician can't beat that disappearance. OSG, big up, bruv. Odegaard couldn't get out of Fabinho's pocket 3 years ago, who was finished and got ran through like Mia Khalifa by every Premier League midfielder. And our fan base expect our captain to perform against Camavinga and Valverde. And do you know what? If Partey goes to right back, yeah, mate. Yeah, that is not going to be pretty whatsoever. Hendo as well. I did, you've been in there for a little bit as well. I didn't get a good chance to say hello, man. Big up, brother. You're always in here, Hendo. You absolute superstar. So big up to you, man. Yeah, now big up. Oh, yeah. Well, we love a little bit of that, man. I'm trying to engage. You know what I mean? But listen, I get it, man. I've gone up and down. I'm such a yo-yo in terms of my weight, so I know how hard it is, man. I know how appreciate it is, and that is a good bit of fucking graft, that weight, mate. And honestly, keep fucking going. Honestly, I promise you, brother. Keep going, man. And I bet you feel a lot better in yourself. That's the good thing about, when you lose your weight, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden your clothes that you was wearing before is getting a little bit baggier and you're feeling buzzing. I've got 2 wardrobes, I promise you. I've got like one wardrobe where Slim Aaron can fit in, and then one wardrobe where McDonald's eating Stella Pig can fit in. Do you know what I mean? On that note, AK, big up to you, my man. I know you've been waiting there very, very, very patiently. What have you got to say, man? Yeah, jump on it. I know obviously the gentleman to your right, Kevin De Bruyne, has said he's going to leave at the end of the season, but you don't have to talk about that. You can chip in with the Arsenal stuff. What's on your mind, bruv? You say what you want. And thank you very much for coming on.
Cheers, Aaron. Every single time. Big up the panel. Chat. I know. I'm just. This morning, I just got a huge shock when I heard about the news this morning, and another legend gone, and he will be missed. He will be missed, no doubt, because no one can pass like him. No one can
In his
create
prime,
chances
yeah.
like him when he leaves. So it is going to be a tough task, but hopefully we find someone who can replace him.
It's a tall order, though, isn't it? Like when you're talking about De Bruyne and look, I know the likes of Shane and as well Lawrence, that step, maybe that slight generation ahead of me, but I watched football in the 90s and that, and when I'm sort of thinking about Kevin De Bruyne, he's in the question, isn't he, for one of the best midfielders in the Premier League of all time. We don't win. It's a different show to go through the whole thing, I guess. But he's absolutely in that question, undoubtedly, isn't he, Kevin De Bruyne? And I know he probably hasn't been as good as he could be, but obviously, age and injuries, it eventually catches up with you. But he's been phenomenal, isn't he, for Manchester City, and he's tore Arsenal apart. Time after time, he's ripped us to shreds, isn't he? Many times, yeah. We're all like that. We're quite glad to see him retiring, to be fair, or getting out of the league. Sorry, whatever he's doing, not retiring. You know what I mean? We're quite happy to see the back of him. Yeah,
I can imagine, Aaron, the smile on your face.
Sterling still owes Kevin De Bruyne 80% of his wages for all the assists.
Oh yeah, he does, Carl. He does. But Sterling deserves. Sterling needs to thank him for giving him a career. He does.
Yeah.
No, mate, absolute facts. Do you reckon you'll replace him adequately? Obviously, you're going to try, but do you reckon you'll get it right this summer, because you've got to replace him? That's that, isn't
it? I think we are exploring a couple of options, like Florian Wirtz,
let's say, would be.
Yeah.
Bayena, Camavinga, and of course Hugo Larsson from Frankfurt.
Yeah.
So yes. So I mean, we're on the grind at the moment. So I'm just hoping that we land a couple of signings in the summer. I mean, I know it's going to be a huge summer, and I hope we land a couple of new fresh legs to integrate into the squad. Already we got Marmoush, who's firing. 5 goals in 8 games.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? You've signed well, and that's sort of a fear as well for I think for not just Arsenal fans, but for the league, that you'll come again. You'll definitely spend the money in the summer, and Manchester City signings. You've not got them all right in the last season or two, but largely as a whole, you've got them right, haven't you? And I think if Pep's ready to go again, if whatever the whole setups are gonna be wanting to go ready again. From an Arsenal fan's perspective, you might be different, but I sort of sit there and I think, you know what, you'll probably get 3/4 of the signings that you make probably right in the summer. Whereas as for an Arsenal fan, we'll probably get about a fifth if we're lucky. Do you know what I mean? Are you sort of that confident that you will get it right in the summer? You'll spend big and you'll make the right signings. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, coming to your club, Arsenal. Yeah, like
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. You jump on.
oh yeah. Now I'm gonna touch on the Arsenal bit. I mean, I didn't watch much of the press conference, Arteta's press conference, because I
We
know
will.
usually
I'll be doing it. I'll be
he'll
coming
be
up with that very
deflecting.
soon, my friend. Yeah, it'll be next.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, you've been watching him for 6 seasons.
Yeah.
He's the biggest deflector when it comes to press conferences. He'll be giving it all the big talk and cheesing up the journals and all that. But hey, I mean, like, he doesn't want to admit the fact that he spent 750 mil. 750 mil.
A lot of money.
He
It's
spent a
lot
lot
of
of money,
mate.
and he's not won one major league title in his tenure, apart from a charity shield.
Yeah, mate. Yes, mate. There's a lot. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of work to do, bruv. You know what I mean? But now, big up, man. Hopefully you sort of stay. I'm going to move on to Ozzy, who's been waiting patiently. But now, AK, man, you're spitting facts as always, man. And it's nice as well to have a fan from another club come on and say their bit. Do you know what I mean? So you know what I mean? I'm massively grateful. When you wrote in the comments and you were like, oh yeah, is this for up like for only Arsenal fans? Nah, of course it's not, man. I want you to come on, man, and please, I do this every Friday at 7. You want to jump on? Please, the link will be there. And AK, you are more then welcome as always, my brother. I don't know if Ozzy's there just at the minute, but one thing I will say to Dr. Seymour Butts again as well, and big up for you, bruv. You've still got the time left. I have sports science, fitness, nutrition, and a load of MVQs, level 2. I think I've got in all of this.
What do
If you
MVQ
want-
stand for, Aaron? What do MVQ stand for?
Like something like national verified qualification.
Not very qualified is what they actually
Not very
mean.
qualified.
Not very qualified.
Yeah. Done me the cunt. Oh, whoops.
Oopsie-daisy.
He's done me the next see you next Tuesday. Yeah. Thanks, Cole. I'll be weary of that one now. Well, I know you'll be last when we're
Mate, I have
going round.
mate, I have an MVQ in catering, so don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah, email me. Go on my thing and email me. I think it's still at arsenalxrated@gmail.com. Email that and I'll send you a couple of little bits, brother. That'll help you, especially with dieting and things like that. Trust me, I'll be able to help you on that. Should you want to? Yeah, there's no gun to your head, my friend. Ozzy, how are you doing, my friend? It's been a long time, man. He's finally come back on the screens. Here he is.
Ozzy,
And he's
my
got
bro.
a fresh
I haven't
haircut
seen
and
you in
all
a
of
long
that.
time. I haven't seen you in a long time, Ozzy. Where have you been?
What's going on? Ozzy's made it back, and what we'll do as well, we'll let Ozzy go now. I'm going to go downstairs and get some beers quick. I can hear as well, by the way, and then we'll get Norky, the fucking geezer, in. Ozzy, go, man. I'll be listening, bro.
Yeah, no, big up Aaron every time. You know what it is. Big up the rest of the panel. For me personally, I've checked out of this season. You know, I've unplugged from the Arsenal matrix. I can't lie. It just got to a point where I was just like, I can't do this anymore, and I've literally like, watched the game against Fulham. It was like the full 90 minutes I watched for the first time in a long time, and I was just like, fuck my life, man. Like, it drains the soul out of you, man. It's literally soul crushing. You literally feel like someone's just like pulling the life out of you. It's so bad. I can't do it anymore. And the thing is, there's nothing to play for. Everyone will say, oh, you're negative. Oh, we're still in the Champions League, blah, blah, blah. Mate, You know, as much as I like to take the piss out of Tottenham and say the history of Tottenham, there's the history of Arsenal. And we don't get over the line, especially under this manager. 5 years. When has he ever got over the line when it matters? So what faith have I got against the biggest club in the world? Like, seriously. And I'm hearing people everywhere you go. There's platforms. Oh man, all these injuries. Oh, if we didn't have the injuries, for us to still be second place with these injuries. I'm thinking, for fuck's sakes, man. 5 years, 800 million spent, 30 plus signings. And this is what you get with a novice manager. He's still learning on the job. He doesn't know what's enough for the squad to compete, how many players he needs, when players are tired, when to play players, when not to play players. It's like, and you still get people like milking him off. It's unbelievable. I still don't get. I don't know if they've like blew wind dust in their face or got them hypnotized. These fans that still support this supply teacher of a manager. He's a good supply teacher. For someone as little as qualified as Arteta to be manager of a club as Arsenal is embarrassing. Is absolutely embarrassing. And we've paid the price for 5 years because we've literally this guy learned on the job. And the funny thing is, we've rewarded him while he's still learning on the job. I mean, I wish my job would do that. I wish. I know you that we were working men here and whatever, got jobs and whatever. You know, I wish we was getting the salary rises and pay that Arteta gets while learning on the job. But unfortunately, I guess not everyone's as lucky as Mikel Arteta in life. And for me, yeah, like I said before, I've checked out of the season. I really don't really enjoy watching Arsenal or reading about Arsenal anymore. To be honest, I've got more like thankfully, you know, I've got more important things in life. You know, like we all got like personal lives and jobs and families and whatnot. And I've just decided to focus for that to the rest of the season and roll on next season, to be honest, because what we're gonna get third time in a row. Oh, hooray! Literally, like it's nothing to shout about. There's nothing to you know literally be excited about. You know, I always say this, and I've said this many times. You know, I'm you know, big up to the people who are older, younger, whatever, you know. But I'm from that era when I grew up watching Thierry Henry, and he's always said Arsenal finishing second was not acceptable, and I don't find that acceptable either. So, and I don't, I know some of these younger, you know, generation might say, well, this is all we've witnessed. This is probably the greatest we've seen Arsenal. But listen, go read up on your history. Go watch documentaries. Go watch videos. And watch the real Arsenal, not this Mickey Mouse Arsenal that I just you know incompetence on top of incompetence. The one thing that I am happy about is we've actually got a competent sporting director at the moment. So let's see what he does. You know, I'm hearing a lot of hearsay about oh he's gonna do this and that. Listen, take everything with a pinch of salt. There's a lot of work he needs to get done. Whether he'll be able to do will be seen. I know people are saying, "Oh, you know, we're getting a lot of money to spend in the summer and whatnot." Let's see what happens. But there's a lot of dead wood he's got to get out. There's a lot of wages he's got to clear up because you know Arsenal, we just love out giving out money to Deadwood.
Yeah.
And let's see what he does. Let's see what the relationship with him and Arteta is going to be like. That's one appointment I'm happy about in the club. But as Arsenal play week in week out, I can't really be. I really can't. That's why I've you know, thankfully, you know, the last month or so has been very good to myself. You know, few new opportunities and whatnot. So I'm just focusing on that to be
Yeah.
myself ahead in life. You know, Arsenal
Yeah.
will always be there. And when Arsenal hopefully one day turn around and actually be the Arsenal that I know they can be, I'll still be supporting them regardless. So yeah, that's my take. And you know, all you guys that are you know, tune in week out and whatnot, but it's just got to a point for me where I just can't do it. You know, like even watching Arsenal for like 5-10 minutes, you think, nah, man, I want to go on my phone or I want to go do something else. You can't do it. So there's no point of me even speaking about Arsenal in recent terms apart from the last game, because to be honest, I haven't watched them and I haven't missed anything. You know, we haven't had any glorifying performances or achieved anything. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really take anything out of, you know, I'm not losing out on anything, but
Yeah.
it's been a while. Me and Aaron always, you know, keep in touch here and there.
Yeah,
I
man.
still
I was going to say about we were texting this earlier, weren't we? Or was it yesterday? One of the two, wasn't it?
no, I still tune into the, you know, watch a bit here and there, just kind of
You can't.
a background view and stuff, see what people are saying, and you know, like big up to yourself, like Aaron and you know Lee and Jez and the rest of the guys, Norsky and Rashid and whatnot. But yeah, that's me for the rest of the season. I will obviously tune into the Real Madrid games, but in terms of Premier League, it's literally all we're playing for is trying to solidify second place, and there's no enjoyment out of that. You know what I mean? You know, people go on like this manager's taken us from, you know, being a mid-table club to like competing for the league. No, he hasn't. We was a top 4 club. We're literally just a better top 4 club. That's all it is.
For that, though, isn't it, Ozzy?
We've spent a shitload of money. The other thing I wanted to mention is to highlight the level of incompetence that this manager and experience this manager has shown while he's been here is and it's been reflected this season, is getting rid of a fairly competent player for a worse player. Now I'm gonna ask you a question, gentlemen, a question, and all I want is a yes or no. Emil Smith Rowe, would you say he's better than Moreno? I just want to yes or no.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
Long shot, yeah.
in the incompetence of this manager has sold a better player we already had at the club to spend more money on a worse player. And how many signings has he done that with? And hopefully, you know, with Burr coming in, it'll put a stop to it. You know, these things about, you know, the incompetence of this experienced manager making dead ball signings. You know, we've gone through it, Aaron, before when we've said, you know, how many you say are hit or miss. You've literally can count them on one hand. We've said Raya, we've said Timber, Ben White, he's got lucky. Moved him from centre back to right back. You could say Partey's been decent. And Rice. And did I mention
Not much more. Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
Doing amazing, the injury like, get a rest. Give it an rest. Yeah, and that's my say, man. That's my say.
Yeah, now, brother, now you know I respect it, man. You know, I was listening to what you're saying as well. So I don't blame you. We've spoke about it, haven't we? We've been texting over the last couple of days as well. And I mean, you just said you just checked out. And you know what? Like, I get it. And sometimes, like, some of my mates have checked out a little bit. I actually almost half admire it. I wish I could just check out, but I can't, man. Just that addict in me. Do you know what I mean? Of Arsenal Football Club. Do you know what I mean? I just want, and I have to. It just consumes me, man, and I can't help myself. But I promise you, I wish I was the same. I've got a couple of things to do before we get Normski, my man, in. Of course, Shane needs to leave. I think he's sort of semi-gathered now that I'm not Lee, I'm Aaron. And it's a very, very, It's you know,
I corrected myself.
Yeah. Listen, it's always a pleasure for having you on, man, giving me the time as always. Do you know what I mean? And saying the absolute facts that you spit. I will be posting your link out in the chat, so people, don't you dare not click on it. Come on, man. He talks absolute sense, this geezer. What have you got coming up, Shane?
I'll do a post-match tomorrow, I'd imagine. And I'd imagine I'm going to be in an awful mood because he'll have played the full team. But I'll put a post-match out. I'll just pre-record it and I'll pick it up tomorrow straight after the match. And then I will be on with you Monday, I think. Is it Monday night?
You will be.
Monday night.
You will be.
I'll have the shorts out as always, and I'll have the next decade of my my series that I have going up, and then I have my own live, first one ever on Wednesday. So if anyone's in the chat, keep yourself free for 7 o'clock Wednesday night. Get on.
Yeah.
Of course, there's some.
Who you got jumping on there so far, my friend? Have you got jumping on? I'm with you, and I'm.
You're with me. Carl said he might be able to come on for an hour or so, and Lawrence said he'd be watching the Champions League, but if he can get in, he'll get in. Nasser said he'd be there. Views said he'd be there. There's a couple other that are sort of they're not so sure, but I just left the window open for them. But it's called the Bruised Banana. Will be the name of the show because supporting Arsenal is like a kick in the crotch, and I have all the visuals and all set up, and it'll just be sort of a banter. I'll have a few questions for people, favorite Arsenal moments, things like that. But it'll just be a bit of banter, and we'll see how it goes. But so big up to the amazing panel, everyone there, and the chat, of course, have been exceptional tonight. And I've got the missus giving me the stink eye, so I better go spend some time with her.
Yeah. Go have a bit of fun, Shane. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That's it.
Have a good Friday.
Have a good Friday. I'll catch up with you soon, brother. All the best, man. And as you can see that I've posted, gentlemen, Shane's link is indeed been posted in the chat. So click on it, share some love. Do you know what I mean? There's all fantastic content creators on here. Do you know what I mean? They all deserve the subs because they're putting out some good stuff, rather. Do you know what I mean? But one of the other excellent content creators that I'm fantastically appreciative of every time he jumps on my channel, because he's an extremely busy man and he doesn't have to give me the time. I know how precious his time is. And it's that man there that's bobbing his head, Normski, man. Always love my friend. First off, I hope you're doing well, my friend. And second wise, what are you making of all of this Arsenal nonsense? We've been talking about, if you haven't been listening, the grade 3, the Real Madrid lineups, and everything in between. What's on your mind, my friend?
Well, we haven't been. We wasn't. What's the word I'm looking for? We weren't being shocked when we see all these injuries. And now we have a fourth person now going to have surgery on his hamstring. It's definitely unprecedented. You know what I mean? And a lot of the blame is going to be proportioned to Mikel Arteta. I know some people are saying that obviously the last incident that happened with Gabriel may be not down to Mikel Arteta, but I'm kind of looking at more of the bigger the picture. I'm looking at the big picture, and I go back to the way Arsenal have done and conducted their transfer business in terms of getting a decent squad together where they don't have to keep relying on key players to be playing throughout the season. For example, I heard it on the stream earlier on, and I've heard it on other streams where, for instance, the PSV game where, you take a lead of 7-1 back to the Emirates and you play Gabriel Magalhaes for the full 90 minutes. You know what I mean? These all at some point will point to him maybe going in the red. Arsene Wenger would always talk about this. When he knows his players are going in the red, he will pull them out. Pull them out, and then maybe bring in somebody of the same capability to come in and just cover for them until they get back, their energy levels and whatever. And this is the problem that we have with Mikel Arteta, is that he's run these guys right into the ground. And yes, he's gonna say it's been an unprecedented injury crisis, and he's gonna throw out that it's so amazing that a team like us with the unprecedented injuries he's a narcissist. We know that because he talks about himself. That the fact that we have managed to still stay in second place and still competing at this high level. If you want to call it competing, that's your take, Mikel Arteta. But we've never really competed at all. We've never been, in this race at all. We're currently 12 points adrift of Liverpool. In his press conference, I know Aaron, you're going to come and touch on that, but in his press conference, he talked about this is going to be an exceptional, beautiful end to the season. What's beautiful about it? Again, it's just a play on words, to get those fans that like to hang on every word he says. And he knows it. He's smart because not only has he got the top gooners in his hand, he's got the press people in his hands as well. Do you know what I mean? The sort of questions that they ask him, they're not going to call him to task. He's the one that controls the narrative, and that is just really what it is at the end of the day. And it's just unfortunate that we're in a situation now where we're going into this first leg at the Emirates, and we've got our main character out, and that's Gabriel Magalhaes, our warrior, captain, leader. Even Mikel Arteta said he's the leader. He's the one that, if he's out the side, you're missing that leadership quality, right? So much for
hang on. If he's the leader, then why is Odegaard captain?
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Carl. I mean, this is precisely the point.
I just thought I'd just put that in there.
Yeah, no, absolutely no.
That's just contradicted himself there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows that. And we are going to miss. I mean, he's got his wife coming out, appearing on TalkSport and doing all these press conferences. I don't know what that's all about, but I don't know. I think there's something to do with there's something that they're doing with the players and their wives or whatever, married to the game or whatever. So maybe that's why she ended up being on TalkSport and talking about the fact that it looks like he's going to have surgery, and it has come out officially in the Arsenal website that he does have to have surgery. He will miss the rest of this season, and it's going to be a rehabilitation time. And the worry for me again, you've got 4 players now that have had to have injuries and grade 3 tears. Okay, so now you've got 4 players now coming back in the new season, and at any point, any one of them could go down again, right? Because of how this manager has run them into the ground. A Big Berta Cheesewire, he's got his work cut out. Yeah, he's got his work cut out. He's got his work cut out this season, and I hope that that's the only really good thing that's really happened this season is bringing in a real serial killer in terms of experience, hopefully taking this club to the next level in terms of how we do our business off the field in terms of transfers and all of that. It's we got Everton on Saturday, 12:30 kickoff. Arteta has to make some choices now. Who does he go with? Does he change it up? Which I don't think he's going to do. He's probably still going to go with the same 4-3-3. But now you have a situation where Gabriel's out and you've got a Kivior as his backup, which is, you can see the chasm between him and Gabriel Magalhaes. It's worlds apart. You're bringing this guy in who just comes in and helps out the team. And anyway he plays in that back four, he doesn't do a good job. We're going to be up against Real Madrid, okay? We're going to be up against the likes of Mbappe, Rodrigo, Vinicius Jr. Listen, he was getting twisted up by Jimenez. How is he going to deal with these guys? I really don't know. He's going to have to really think about the choices that he makes on Saturday, because we've got this game against Everton and we've seen Tchaikovsky and the way he put in that tackle in on McAllister, nearly broke the guy's legs. And he's going to have to protect Saka. He's been questioned of whether he's going to start him or not. But I say this now, we need to wrap Saka in cotton wool. Let's not push this guy. As some people said, I think Carl said it and I think Aaron said it, did notice that he didn't take no corners. So, there's all the little things
no straight line sprints either.
Exactly. And the fact is, if Timber, they're saying that Timber should be back, but if Timber's not there and Ben White is not there, you got to look at the fact that he's got to have to do a lot of running and a lot of tracking back. Yeah, because in a situation like that, if Timber does come back, I would be saying to Timber, you're gonna have to maybe just do a little bit more work rate because we've got Saka who's just coming back from. I'm not expecting Saka to be running up and down that wing. You've got to manage it properly. Yeah, because if not, that guy's gonna break down, and that's probably his career over. People say, oh, you're not a doctor, you're not a blah blah. None of you are doctors, yeah. But this guy's got a grade 3 tear that he's come back. Okay, he's been out 3 to 4 months. Yeah, they're anything from 4 to 6 months. Yeah, I don't know if he's come back. I have to trust the doctors, and I have to trust what Arteta says, even though he speaks out the side of his mouth. It's just one of those things that you have to just trust, and we just have to wait and see. You know what I mean?
Any manager with a brain would have rested Gabriel. Gabriel, when he was on international duty with Brazil, he picked up a knock. Now, any manager other than Arteta would have rested him for the Fulham game and tomorrow's game. But no, our manager has to play him immediately. So this is down to Arteta completely, because he knew that Gabriel had an injury already. He had a knock when he was out in Brazil. So the question has to be why he played him the other night against Fulham.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think it's a bit of rushing them back, and there's almost sort of ties me in before I move on to the press conference. To what Brantow's Aura is saying here, and firstly, listen, mate, big up for jumping in and coming in and making a comment. I also never forget names. I'm one of them elephants. Because I remember not last week, the week before, you giving me a bit of stick in the chat while I was on Never a Foul. So I'm fully aware. One thing I don't understand is, why is it you say Saka's a pro, he can handle himself? It's his first big injury. So how is he a professional at having injuries for a start? He's a professional footballer, but this is his first big injury. So this is the first time he's dealing with that. And the issue that we've got is look, we're not saying, now Saka's back. He absolutely thinks. We just think he shouldn't be back. And the problem that we sort of have, I think probably all of us will probably agree here, is that it's a risk. It's a massive risk. It's an unnecessary risk. I mean, just for argument's sake, look at what's happened to Gabriel Magalhaes. You're looking at the game where it's highly unlikely that really he's going to play against Real Madrid anyway. Sorry, we're going to beat Real Madrid anyway. Sorry. And then, now Gabriel Magalhaes gets himself injured. Now the odds of us getting through are ridiculously low. So that means that, whilst we don't know that's going to happen, playing Saka against Fulham was a massive risk, because now
Aaron, can I just come in here? Somebody said on another channel, one of the top channels, like the ones that've got the millions, said now that Saka's back, they've pushed the percentages of winning up to 40 to 50%. Yeah. Okay, well, what are they saying now that Gabriel is out now? What's the percentage now? Because our defense is one of our key areas, where it's our strongest area in terms of how we play. Our attack is not that brilliant. I know Saka's he's good, but I've seen us play better football than this, and this is the style of football that we're playing. So we're up there in terms of scoring goals, but I'm talking about our key players, like supposedly Kai Havertz, Saka, Martinelli. These guys should be chipping in with goals. How are we going to go to the Bernabéu, and score goals? Now we've got a situation where, the thought process as well, we keep it tight, maybe take a 1-0, 2-1 lead to the Bernabéu and see what we do. But when you're playing in the Bernabéu, it's a different kettle of fish playing at the Emirates. And now we're missing our key player in Gabriel Magalhaes, who, as a pairing between himself and Saliba, if you notice, when Gabriel's not playing with Saliba, which is very rare, but when they are not playing, you can see that Saliba looks a little bit shaky, because he's relying on the leadership from Gabriel. Not only that, Gabriel is very aggressive, whereas Saliba is the more Rolls Royce clear up and all of that stuff. If he gets past Gabriel, he's the one to clear up. Now you have a situation now where Gabriel is out now, and he's going to be lining up against partnering up with Kivior. That's not going to give him any confidence whatsoever. The goalkeeper's not going to feel confident. The midfielders, in terms of Partey and whoever is going to be sitting as a pivot or whatever are not going to feel confident knowing that Kivior plays hardly any games, and they know it in their heads. They know he's not a good player, but they're not going to say, are they? They don't want to put him down. They've got to try and see if they can raise the confidence. You know, for all we know, people, for all we know, which is unlikely, but for all you know, he might come out and play a blinding game. We don't know.
Yeah.
But we're just looking at history. We're looking at facts. We're looking at what's happened in the past. And when you're coming up against the likes of Real Madrid, bro, it's going to be peak.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, and that's the point as well, you know, to sort of say about, you know, with a Saka plan, it's all risk, isn't it? Like, you know, at some stage, of course, he has to come back, but how often have you seen Brandtow's? Because this is directly, obviously, for your comment there. Saka is a pro, he can handle himself. Big up to Ozzy as well for jumping on, man. Absolute respect, brother. Thank you very much for jumping on, man. What a legend. Thank you very much, man. And I'll catch up with you soon, man. Yeah, the point that we're sort of making is like now he's back. You know what I mean? We're sitting there and we're praying that he's not going to get injured. What do you reckon is going to happen against Everton? Now, of course, every single person on this panel and in this chat, because this chat is world class, are going to absolutely hope that he doesn't get injured. But Tarkovsky, you look at the challenge that he's getting away with, bruv. Look at what he's getting away with. Do you really think that Saka's going to be coming up against him and he's not going to... They don't care about Saka. He's going to crunch straight into him and go, I'll play for Everton, bruv. This ain't England international.
I don't think like Saka will be able to withstand the power of James Tarkowski. I mean, look what he did to Jota at the Merseyside derby. He nearly could have got himself sent off, but he was lucky not to be. So he should be... Tarkowski should be careful, but... Saka, Saka against Tarkowski, that's going to be like, I mean, Saka is good, but Tarkowski, bro, he's like a prime Bobby Lashley with the muscles and the power. So I don't think Saka will be able to withstand Tarkowski's strength and his speed. And of course, like Mikel Moreno, how is he going to be able to handle someone like Tarkowski? People can say, oh, but Moreno is like 1.88, but Tarkowski is 1.92, which means he is much more bigger than Mikel Moreno. So I'm not sure if Moreno is going to handle someone like Tarkowski as well. And also our defense as well, Kivior and Saliba against Beto. Beto is a prime striker, and he nearly, like, I saw that chance he created when he nearly could have scored against Liverpool, but he hit the post. But that was a huge wake-up call for Liverpool. But I can guarantee you he ain't gonna miss against us, because like the fact is we're too open at the back, because you know Kivior has a lot of mistakes in him, and you know how Beto is going to capitalize on those mistakes. And I think Everton will nick something tomorrow, because I'm not even confident about the game against them. So I fear for the worst, Aaron. I fear for the worst.
Yeah,
Aaron.
Come on, mate. John Lawrence, and then AK wants to jump in as well. Go on, Lawrence. What's that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Tarkowski is like Teflon. Nothing sticks to him. I mean, I remember when he used to play for Burnley, he got away with a lot of shit. And it's just typical. I mean, I remember one game we played against Burnley. He handled the ball clearly on the line. It was a definite handball and it should have been a penalty. And for some reason, the referee and VAR didn't see it like that, didn't even give us the penalty. And he's a thug. He's like another Vinnie Jones. He gets away with his shit. Too many times I've seen him, you know, clatter into players, and he doesn't even get a yellow card, let alone a red card. So I'm fearing the worst, you know, that he's going to clatter into one of our players, and that's going to be somebody else out for the season.
Aaron, just to add to what Brantol's Law just said, Everton versus Liverpool is a derby game. They'll go hard because their rival Saka has played against Everton before. Okay, mate. So please try and debunk the theory that we've not beaten Everton at Goodison Park since 2017. Hold that.
We won last year.
That's that.
We beat them last season. We beat them 1-0 last season at
Did we beat him
Goodison.
last season? All right, I'll refer
Yeah.
to that. I'll take that back.
Trossard.
All
Or
right,
just
I'll-
say
Yeah,
just
Trossard.
once since 2017.
once since 2013.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
you
that
cover my
also
arse
works.
there. You cover my arse
That
then.
also works. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
mean to turn you off,
Essentially,
pal, but
essentially, what he's saying is it's a battle. Do you know what I mean? You're saying it's a battle.
It's a war.
It's a difficult ground.
It's
Of course
just
it
straight
is.
up war.
And like what I've sort of wrote there, do you know what I mean? It's a car crash or an accident, very much waiting to happen. You've want to chip in as well on the Madrid sort of bit, didn't you, AK man?
Oh yeah.
What's
Yeah.
your views,
The
bro?
reason why I want to the reason why I want to chip in on the Madrid bit is because I know obviously you guys are facing Madrid this week, and I'm telling you,
Yeah.
Real Madrid Champions Leagues, in Real Madrid in a Champions League game, you better be prepared because trust me, Don Carlo is going to play his best players out there at the Emirates. I'm giving it to you right now. He's gonna play his best players out there at the Emirates, and I mean, obviously, Don Carlo doesn't rely on systems and all that. Like he relies on individual brilliance, just like Pep Guardiola. He relies on individual brilliance and moments. So, what I wanted to say is, Bukayo Saka, he better be prepared because the most dangerous defender in that Madrid defense is Rudiger. Watch out for him.
Yeah.
Watch out for him.
He's
He's
gonna
a
flatten
monster.
him. He's gonna flatten him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to be.
He's gonna
He's not,
flatten him. He's gonna flatten him.
yeah, he's not going to be thinking
will
about.
flatten
Oh,
him.
he's just come back from surgery. He's not going to be
Exactly.
thinking
He
about that.
don't give a fuck, innit? It's
Yeah,
a league.
listen,
Rudiger's gonna go.
And of
Come
course,
near me
and
again.
of
I'm
course,
gonna fucking do
Aaron.
this to you, bro. Innit?
And
Go
of
on,
course,
go on,
Aaron.
okay.
Coming. I mean, not just Rudiger. They have Alaba and the new guy, Asensio.
Yeah. And none of them. They only got fines, didn't they, my friend? You know, they only got fines.
Yeah,
the top gooners
40,000
was like,
40,000
why-
euros. You know.
Exactly. Why
They
was
only got
everybody
fines.
hoping that they were going to? This is what I'm trying to
Oh,
say. They
it's
throw this
clinging on, innit?
thing
Like
out
that.
there. They get everybody
one
hyped up.
finger clinging onto
Exactly.
the wall,
They
innit?
get, yeah, they get everybody hyped
Come
up thinking
on.
that these guys are going to get. They're going to miss the games and all that, and then all of a sudden Arsenal got the biggest chance of winning that. Stop it, man! They do this all the time. This is all part of the big game, mate. It's it's all part of the big game. It's not. It's not the Arteta matrix now. It's another matrix. Yeah. They just plug into that matrix, and it's just all one big game. And they just want fans to suck up to that and just be a part of this hype. Keep out of the hype, yeah. Just see it for what it really is. Come on, we've seen Højlund do that. Yeah, Højlund done it for Man United. And did anybody ever talk about it? All of a sudden, they bring in drama. They're bringing drama because they know we're playing Tuesday coming, and all of a sudden, 4 players look like they're gonna whatever because for doing this and for doing that and for doing whatever, and all they got was fines. So
It's
now,
always going to happen.
yeah, it's always going to happen, man. Come on,
Of
man.
course it was.
Oh, and
You know what I mean?
Aaron,
Listen
Aaron,
to
I
Morpheus,
wanted-
God of Dreams, as well. He knows what he's saying, man, isn't it?
yeah.
That Matrix
He
background
knows
on
what he's talking
Norms.
about.
Get that Matrix. Get it on.
Nomsky knows his stuff. Yep.
Of course he does, mate. No, but yeah, this
The
is what we're
Matrix.
saying, mate.
I'm there. I'm plugged in now. I'm plugged in. Yeah, I'll let you know what's going on, man. Don't worry, man. I know what's going on, man. Yeah.
All you see is blonde, brunette, you know, yeah. You know it, innit? Yeah. I've watched the film 1,000 times, man. Yeah. Okay, what you saying there, my friend?
Oh yeah, I was about to say, you have no Gabriel in defense now, which is gonna leave your defense exposed because without Gabriel, trust me, you're gonna have a hard time with Vinicius. I mean, of course, Vinicius has not been him this season. He's not been firing at all. So, I mean, you may never know, but you're gonna end up with the likes of Rodrigo and Mbappe and Bellingham.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to absolutely destroy us, mate. Well, they're going to absolutely destroy us. Let's get it right. And especially if Timber ain't fit, we're in absolute trouble, mate. Because now we're starting to rejig the midfield. We can only deal with one of them. Or do you know what I mean? Like what I would do is maybe play a back five and hear me out and have Saliba with Kivior and with Tierney at left-sided centre back, just to give Kivior a bit of help. You know, we have if we've got both of them out, we can't carry on at 4 at the back. I'm sorry. If we've got any chance of at least taking something to the Bernabeu, like even if it's the disgustingest draw you've ever seen in your life, and even then we all know it's unrealistic. But hear me out. You can't have 4. Go on, Cole.
Aaron, this is where Mikel Arteta now has to start earning his coaching badges.
Exactly.
These are the next 2 games, the most high-profile games that will determine if he is actually a proper manager that can go to the top level in 5-10 years' time. Because he's not at that top level. He is still learning on the job. And now he's coming, and now you're going up against the best world club team in the world, and probably against one of the greatest domestic managers we've ever seen in our lifetime. This is where Arteta needs to earn his money. This 50 million we gave you, this is the reason why. This is the reason why now. So start showing it.
Boom. Mate, this is what I'm saying.
No, I need more beer. I'll see you in 5.
Yeah. You go and get more beer. Listen.
Oh yeah.
There's only one excuse which I'd absolutely understand for someone leaving this. If their missus is giving them the eyes and the wink and all of that, yeah, you go and do your thing. Or it's to go get some beers. Just go and get them, man. You've always got my back for that, man. Yeah, always, Cole. Go get yourself a beer. I've just poured myself another little Stella.
Hey, you know what, Aaron? It's Friday night. It's Friday night. Might as well drown ourselves. Might as well drown ourselves in beer tonight.
Am I seeing that right? Is that a can of Nelson Mandela? Is it? Oh, look at him, man!
He's got Trossard's beer.
Isn't it? The Belgian, isn't it? Well, mate, yeah, that's it.
Aaron.
Of course. My Belgian goat is all on the wall. This is for him. This is for him.
The game tomorrow is being shown out here at 4:30 in the morning.
What are you doing about it, though? Are you waking up for it?
I'm seriously thinking about, taping it and watching it later in the day. I can't get up at 4:00 in the morning when the season's virtually over for us. I mean, I'm just facing facts. I mean, any other time, I'd be up without a problem. But to get up at 4:00 when I know the season is done and dusted, and the only 2 games that matter right now are those 2 games against Real Madrid. Every other game is absolutely fuck all to us at the moment.
Exactly, mate. You're right. Well, does anyone else argue that point? Because I'll tell you what, it's an.
I have no arguments on that. Spot on.
Macy, you arguing that?
100, no, never, because we are.
Because Lawrence is talking facts.
Yeah, we are the factors because we want what's best for this football club, and we're not gonna sit around and let any of these any one of these top gunners and AFTV pussies continue to run their mouth and disrespect our own legacy, because we want our legacy to be remembered as the true ones. Because all these top gunners and AFTV fan pussies keep saying, "Oh, but we're families. We love the players. Like we admire them and something. Like they're simply attracted to all the players. Like they're like who they are in real life. Well, in here we are the real family, because we are the ones that speak facts about the football club, and the ones that demand that we want to claim our football club back. We want the Arsenal of years ago, of the invincible season, to return to this day. But it ain't gonna happen, Aaron. It won't happen until this fan base grows some balls and collude together to get this manager out. But they're so in love with Arteta, they just fancy him like he's some kind of fancy Matt Damon.
He's the best looking Spaniard we ever know.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, we'll get. There's a point, and we'll get to that there. But also, do you know what, to tie into what you were saying there as well, Macy? Big up, you can do it, guys. You can do it. Aaron, yeah, and this is what we're saying. Yeah, the them TV mutants. Why are we having all of these muscle injuries? What's going on? Maybe, just maybe, it's all super duper Mick, but they will never admit it. Do you know what? Big up as well, brother, for tuning in, man. And this very apt comment that you make. They will never, 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 never admit it. Do you know why? Because it destroys their narrative. That's what the difference is between fans like us, everyone on this panel, everyone in this world-class chat. Let's not get it right. This chat's always been world-class, phenomenal. Every single thing that people write in here is absolute sense, and I absolutely love it. We will never be put in this scenario because you know what? We've got brain, we've got common sense. They will never ever admit it. Why can't you just have a bit of accountability? When was the last time anyone here saw Mikel Arteta go, do you know what? I might have got this one wrong today and actually properly mean it. Do you know what I mean?
Never.
Yeah, this one's down to me. This one's on me, and not just an overly protective nonsense statement. You know, when they come out and protect their players about something when we all know it's blatant. When he's made a big cock up, when was the last time you saw Mikel Arteta go, yeah, actually, I've got to take this L on this one? We don't. He just makes excuses. He palms it off onto the players. There's always something else. And do you know what? That excuses has bred into probably one of the weakest generations coming through, and especially definitely the weakest fan base probably in the world. It breeds the same mentality. So they're listening to us Mikel Arteta say it. Then they're listening to that TV say it. And then all of a sudden they're buying this narrative because they're so badly little lambs. They're not even sheep. They're lambs. They're, you know, that's all that they're doing, mate. Lawrence, I know you want to jump in there.
When he blames the football for losing a game, that's when I question his mentality.
What we fucking do? What was that all about? What you're
blaze
blaming
the
the ball
ball.
for that game, but what about in the games that you won? But so when you lose, it's the football. When you win, it's the perfect, most roundest, most well-weighted sphere in the world, is it? I mean, come on, what are we doing here, man? I mean, it's perfect when you beat Crystal Palace, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? The fucking spherical excellence of the football was wonderful against Palace and Preston, but yeah, maybe not so much against the 2-0 losses, 4-0 on aggregate against ye old Newcastle, who bloody deserved to win that competition. Let's absolutely get that double, treble, quadruple right. Sam, big up in the panel, man. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, Prom's jumping in here, man. Macy, how do you feel about this manager? We'll come back to that in 2 seconds. Jason Carter, yeah, no comment. Speaking facts, double facts, man. And Sam, yeah, see you Sunday, brother. For those who don't know as well, you recognise Sam. If you don't, you recognise Sam as one of the mods on Lee's channel.
He's a Madrid fan.
Yeah. He's a Real Madrid fan, and me and him are doing a Real Madrid rival to rival chat on Sunday.
Is that Blancos?
Yes, that's of course
It's Sam Blancos. It's Sam Blancos. I thought it was that.
The geezer, the Real Madrid football fan with an elite mentality. Sam, you know, we've been having a little chat. We're going to do a Real Madrid preview, because he's a fucking geezer, and I'm very glad to have him on there. Yeah, on par with Beatlemania. It's ridiculous, man. Yeah. I take all W's. Yeah, exactly. It's a shame Mikel Arteta didn't think the same, my friend. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, maybe we'll be doing that a little bit more. You know what I mean? Sweaty armpits in the 20 degrees heat today and showing and all of that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not been too bad today. I've been doing a little bit of gardening. I had to have a shower before I come on, so I've gone out there in the morning. I'm with a fucking rake and all of that shit. I don't know what I'm doing out there. I'm a tradesman, not a gardener. And I came in sweating my fucking bollocks off. I stank a bow. My missus come in, I give her a cuddle, and she went, I ain't fucking touching you. Go upstairs and have a shower. So I was like, all right, fucking hell. Don't have to be so blasé. But to be fair, that's what I love about her. Do you know what I mean? She says it how it is. She's not an AF that television show kind of mutant. Do you know what I mean? Darren Sullivan, big up to you, my friend. Arteta's not even varied his tactics enough for the minefield of confusion, mate. He's never varied his Do you know what? It's funny, actually, that I say that. It's because what won him FA Cup, the FA Cup, was playing 5 at the back and being pragmatic. I wonder if he will go back to his sort of roots that won him a competition and actually kept him in a job, because if he hadn't have had that to counteract by, you know, in terms of credit in the bank as such, after that 8th and then bottle job and 5th, he'd have been out if he hadn't have had an FA Cup to show for it. But I mean, what do we know? You know, we're only just deluded football fans that hate Mikel Arteta. Apparently, we don't hate Mikel Arteta. We just hate the way he hasn't won us anything. I think that's fair to say. Do you know what I mean? Dazzo as well. My brother who sits next to me, my fellow season ticket holder. He's got the seat right next to me, 428. Hit the likes and look at the description for the links. So everyone's channels, they are in there. Exactly right, my friend. Darren saying, yeah. What's Arteta's basic plan A to C? Plan Z is way too much for the players, mate. He hasn't got any plan A, is he? Do you know what I mean? Or plan B, or plan Z, all the way through to anything. Nagiz is an absolute fraud. Mr. Waffle, absolute legend, man. And Sam saying, smash the likes up as well. And Jason Clark saying, big up Sam. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what frustrates me, boys? And I will come to the press conference now. And I have to put this little bit in there first, yeah, because it's absolutely farcical. It's embarrassing. Someone mentioned it in the comments. And you know what? I thought I'd start there because, I mean, there's loads to go. Look, we won't go through everything, of course, because of time and things like that. But I wanted to start on this for all the Arteta lovers, yeah, because there are plenty of Arteta lovers. What on earth is this all about? And I'll tell you what, I'll scroll down and then I'll find it in 2 seconds. So just bear with us a little bit. But it's just the epitome of cringe. It's the epitome of.
You actually, I think you might have. You passed it. You passed it.
Did I pass it? Did I? Yeah. It is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. I know what we're saying. Yeah, I should have left it on it really while I had a little.
If you go,
but you know what I'm saying. We'll get there. Everyone knows what bit I'm on about.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what bit I'm on about. Where's it gone?
Yeah, I think it's more to the top. I think if you go
all the way, have I missed it?
So start again. Just go slow. I'll tell you when.
Oh yeah, look, more solutions. We'll find more solutions.
Yeah. More solutions.
Yeah. But always them internal solutions, though, isn't it? Do you know
more
what I mean?
Solutions than glue.
You know what bit I'm on about?
There.
Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. I'm really sorry about that, everyone. I got too carried away with my little whinge there that I actually forgot to leave it on this. Bear with us, man. Do you know what I mean? We're not in the upper tier just yet. We'll get there, but you know, we're figuring it out. We're ironing out all the creases and all that, and you know, we'll learn from this. We'll get better. Look at the state of this, everyone. Know. On an AI report suggesting he's the best looking manager in the Premier League, yeah.
On an AI report? Are you kidding me? Who's using AI now?
Oh, on an Arsenal press conference, who really gives a fuck about this? Listen to the answer and all. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Come on. Am I reading this right? Do I need glasses? What are we saying? My mum and dad should be very proud of the job they did. That's good to know. Thank you. What the fuck is this whole thing about?
You see this?
What is this all about? This is an Arsenal press conference, the penultimate game before the Real Madrid game, and this is what we're being dished. Who asked this question, man? I wonder.
Regardless of
I bet it was Charlie Boy Watts.
Yeah, regardless of
it was Charlie Boy
my
Watts.
mate, my new mate.
Regardless of whether they asked the question or not, yeah, the fact that it's even allowed to even come up in a press conference is just absolutely ridiculous. And unfortunately, guys, there will be the Arteta Matrix, lovers tapping into this. I'm telling you now.
Load the Matrix.
Right? They've really got a big. You at the ground, Aaron. So you see the big thing that they got. The best looking manager and whatever.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
This is what I'm saying. We can't be taken as a serious club. Yeah,
it's pathetic.
We're second in the league, right? 3 times right in a row. We could probably drop out, but I don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're about to go and play in the quarterfinals Champions League against Real Madrid. Do you think they'll be answering these stupid questions in a Real Madrid conference?
Of course not, mate. They're talking about winning the game in that conference, bruv. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Let me just come in here. Let me just come in here, Lawrence. Sorry. The press secretary, whoever it is that controls the questions that come in, I would say take that out. Take that out. Yeah. This is a serious serious press conference. We're putting this in. We're an absolute joke. We're an absolute joke. Embarrassing.
What
this is embarrassing. And then he has to answer it. And then he has to answer it. That's what makes you laugh. It's all about him.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. What do you expect from a club that's going to have its own dating show?
Mate, that made me wince seeing that. That is like, especially now when you get some old heads with the greatest respects as well, like a Lawrence and Norms who've seen real standards, who've seen George Graham standards, and been able to watch that and sort of so forth, and the standards that man set and the way he done it, you know what I mean? And then you come to this, you get to this stage, I'm disgusted. Some of in all politeness, some of the older heads, like I said, like the Norms and that, you must be absolute skin crawled by this. It's ridiculous, the dating thing, and then these questions that you get. Like, did you ever get this kind of crap when you was watching football in the 80s and the 90s?
You know why it's thank you, Aaron?
I didn't.
Because the chief communications officer for Arsenal Football Club is a woman. Her name's Kate Lawrence.
Oh, is that who asked that question?
No, she's the one that vets.
Arsenal press secretary is the chief communications officer.
So she would vet the questions.
Yeah, that means she accepts
I can bet you $1. Let me ask a question. All right, and Carl, just imagine you are. Pause. You're not a woman.
Thank you, darling.
That's all right. Carl, I'd just like to ask Mikel Arteta a question. So, if you want to look at my questions before I answer, I'm hoping you will allow this question to be asked. When will you win a league, please?
We are trying very hard. We have got unprecedented injuries.
Hold on, one sec. You let Cole go.
Oh, sorry.
Let Cole go. Sorry.
Yeah, we got unprecedented injuries. But we believe we must stay together as a family. We must be happy together.
No. Mikel, I'll answer your question. When will we win the league?
Just quickly, IBZ comps. I'll come back to this. I'll start and come back to it. Okay.
Aaron. If you noticed on the website, there's also a survey they want the fans to fill out about how the club is being run. I suggest everyone.
Mate, I've done it once. I don't know whether they send it
out and tell them the truth.
Yeah, mate. Like they send out. I don't know whether it might be to all members or season ticket holders, but I get one I think quarterly or something like that, and I filled it out once because I just wanted to give them a bit of my mind. I was pissed off, and I filled it out, and it took me about fucking 20 minutes. I was like, "Sod this, man!" And they're not even going to read it. I was like, they've yet again just wasted more of my time. Absolutely more of my time.
It's just another tick exercise. It's another PR exercise.
Of course it is, because they know that most of the fucking idiots are going to just go,
Nomsky, maybe we should double team on this manager and just beat the hell out of him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Nomsky,
WWE belt or
you should ask him. Nomsky, you should ask Sister Arteta, por favor. When I gonna win me a major title, por favor. You should ask him that.
I don't speak no English. No.
I speak no English.
I don't understand. Yeah, but you understand that you're the best looking manager in the world.
Yeah. Listen, his mum and dad done a fantastic job, Norms.
You know what will make me happy? You know what will make me happy? That David Moyes outschools this manager, because I'm sick of Arteta. I just want somebody to put him out of his misery once and for all, because as long as he's at our football club, we will not win anything this season or next season. We're not going to win nothing with this manager. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. No, it's facts, man. Don't forget as well, people, like and sub in this chat, you world-class so-and-sos. Also, people's links are in the description, and they're also been posted in the chat. I will be doing that randomly throughout, so, people, can get found and all that, but make sure you don't forget to like and subscribe, of course. Yeah, man, what we saying on this? Let's have another little scroll up of this nonsense, this fast. Go on, Cole.
Sorry,
you go while I scroll.
Guarantee you any money. There's only one, maybe two questions in there about the game tomorrow. Guarantee you.
Yeah, to be fair, when I actually was scrolling through it, it was just all about injuries and all of this and all of that. Do you know what I mean? And it's just nonsense. Like here, on the Gabriel injury, it was a tough one to digest because we just got Bukayo Saka back, but we shouldn't have got him back, and he got the same injury. We lost Gabby. Why? Exactly the same reason why you lost Saka. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what? It's just ridiculous. How mad is that? So it's tough, but the team reacted like it's reacted all season. What, being 12 points behind the leaders? Oh, that's really fucking that's really good to know, isn't it? But I'm really proud of that. Well, of course you are. Really proud that we're 12 points behind. Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? I'm finding more solutions internally.
I like to know what he's I just like to know what is the team reacted to? What?
That's what
I can understand. I can understand
all this adversity, Norm Skip.
No, Aaron, I can understand if the team reacted and we're within 2 points of Liverpool. I would get it. Yeah. I would get it then. So stop using all these fuzzy words and buzzwords, because it's not true. Yeah, you're just keeping the fans, or the ones that are plugged in. You can see it's behind me. Yeah, plugged in. I'm actually unplugged at the moment. Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, guys.
Right. But this is what it is. It's a play on words. It's a play on words. Unfortunately, if you sort of get through all of the rubbish and see it for what it is. Yeah, you know what I mean. These are fans that just support Arteta, not the club. Yeah, it's Arteta FC, not. Yeah, it should be Arsenal FC, not Arteta FC. You used to say it again, like the A in Wenger, Arsene Wenger. It's not Arsene Wenger. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And he couldn't tie his shoelaces. Yeah. But we hounded him out because he said top four was a trophy, and we just fell apart. Right. Fell out of the top four, and that's when the owner said we need to pull the plug.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But don't worry, Norms. Look, we're at now. This is where we all need to calm down now as toxic, negative guys. We're at the most beautiful part of the season now, though. Arteta's words. This is the most important part of the season. It's the most beautiful part of the season.
Hang on, let me grab a bucket. Fuck's sake.
Bucket. Oh, slosh it in. Let's go.
Beautiful part. Maybe for Real Madrid facing us. Maybe for Liverpool in the league. Yeah. Maybe for Newcastle in the Carabao.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe for
Nottingham
4
Forest
teams in the FA.
First ever Champions League season.
Beautiful. What?
I sometimes wonder what colour the sky is in Arteta's world.
Yeah. I mean,
probably it's all rainbows. It's probably all rainbows. I can imagine.
Yeah, right. It's definitely rainbow colour. Yeah, like Joseph's fucking multicoloured jacket, isn't it? Just all the colours. Yeah. It's all the colours. Look, we've got on whether White and Timber could be fit for Everton. There's a chance. Do you know what I mean? When he's asked a real question, look how short the answer is.
Yes.
Look how short the answer is. Yeah. There's a chance. Yeah. On whether he could risk them with Real Madrid coming up next. Oh, now here's the bollocks. The problem is that we have a few of those calls. So we're going to have to decide this evening or tomorrow, very early in the morning, which players can play or not. But you said there's a chance there already. So all of that was just nonsense. It was just elaborating on the answer that you could have elaborated on beforehand.
Yeah.
But never mind. I'm playing more players out their usual positions. It's funny because I actually said this on Lee's, and I said this to a couple of the top gooners. Excluding, of course, come on, and they didn't quite grasp it. Goalkeepers, because I mean, if there's anyone to do it, it'd be Mikel. But come on, they can't play out of position. If you actually think about all the 27 was it 27? Yeah, 27 permanent signings that Mikel Arteta's made. I know that because I've nearly finished Everything Wrong with Arsenal 2.0, and that will be heavily involved in the very, very in-depth statistics that I've got to show you very soon, next Thursday, actually, in fact, at 10 o'clock, and we have special guests. Yeah, so getting back en route, yeah, and when you actually think about it, then 27 players, there's only about 4 or 5, excluding goalkeepers, that is actually signed and playing their positions. When you think about it, let's go back. This season, Calafiori, playing him at left back. Mikel Merino, playing him up front. Sterling, I mean, you're not even playing him. Like what we doing there? Then we'll go back. Havertz, nope. Timber, I mean, there's a call for Timber, yeah, right back, but yes, played a lot of other positions. But I've allowed that one to sort of go because I'm generous. Declan Rice, nope. Now he's a left 8. And you go back. Jesus, striker, nope. Zinchenko, nope. Like, you just carry on. Tommy Asu's played across the whole lot. No one even knows where he is, let alone what position he plays. And you just keep deepening it and deepening it. Fabio Vieira, maybe he did play him in his position, but now we're talking about the weaklings.
No, he played through right. He played him as a right. Whenever he came on, he always played him on the right. He never played him in the 10.
So when you're sitting there thinking he's made 27 signings, you know, and a few of them are goalkeepers, by the way, he's not playing any of them in their right position. I wonder if that's also a factor of their injuries. But what, like, it's just madness. And now he's asked the question, I'm playing players out their usual positions. That's what you've done for 5.5 years. Look, this ain't nothing new. There are a few on the table. How far we have to go down that route, hopefully not that deep. You've been going down that rabbit hole. You've gone as deep as that rabbit hole goes. For crying out loud, but there's always options. I mean, come on. That's why I wanted to say this one specifically. It's this madness that they're almost playing it as if like, oh, maybe you'll have to stop playing players out their position. You're signing them and playing them out of position. And you've done it for 5.5 years. People, wake the hell up, man. Come on Saka being back. It's like always, after coming through a difficult situation that you put him in, a really nice one can appear. Maybe it might not appear if he gets clattered by Tarkowski against Everton, mate, and fucking Michael Owens in, my son. I think all the hard work and all the difficult moments he had the last 4 months, they were paid off just by receiving that love. Yeah. Love won't cure your hamstring. It will not cure your hamstring. Love will not get you match fitness.
What's love got to do? Got to do. What's love got to do?
I mean, come on. We help us out, everyone, man.
Oh,
help us out. Terence Tibbs, help us out.
Aaron, can I help?
What are we doing here?
Somebody.
Somebody. Stop, man. Go on there.
Aaron, can I help you? Wait.
Come on. Help. I'm begging for it.
I got the perfect solution.
Say something. Help.
I got the perfect solution.
Yeah, sack the manager.
Solution.
Go on.
Yeah. Sack the manager. Feed him paellas, jamons, cerveza, everything. Put it in one box and send him back to Sociedad.
Oh, happily. The only thing is I don't know whether I'll be kind enough to leave him air holes. So he might just be.
And also, Aaron. One more thing. You should also get rid of these top gunners. They're the ones who are intoxicating your fan base. Because I'll tell you why. Because if you remember the Arsenal City game when we drew 2-2, and when Rodri got an ACL injury and he hopped off, Arsenal these top gunners were laughing. They were laughing, and it was really disgusting. I felt disgusted when they laughed off his injury.
Yeah, well, that's frustrating. Yeah, no, big up, Robbo. Yeah, no, mate, this is what I'm saying. Whoever can jump in and answer this before I carry on with the thing. Look, do we actually think that this, like in the next year, that we're going to sack Mikel Arteta? Do we actually honestly think that we're going to be sat here in exactly the same time this year, saying exactly the same thing, exactly the same way? Like, because that's what I feel like with these top gooners, mate. Like, I feel like I'm just like we always say. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Bill Murray. Do you know what I mean? Like, in Groundhog Day, just going through the season after season after season. Like, when's it going to change, everyone? Do you know what I mean?
It'll
When's it going to
change, you know.
change?
Well, when the seats are empty inside the ground, when you see the mosaic of that cannon in that far stand from when the players come out, when you see that mosaic, that's the time he'll be kicked out.
Or
Because
maybe
they need bums on those seats. And this is what happened to Wenger when the stands weren't completely full, and you saw the mosaic of that cannon. That's when they told him to get on his bike.
Yeah.
Not only that, the last game, played against Fulham at home. The top tier was empty apparently. Okay, so the thing is, the fans know that this season is pretty much a write-off. Yeah, and come next season, if it gets worse and they start to vote with their feet, as Lawrence said, this is when the owners will go, you know what, we can't have this. Yeah, because this doesn't look good on the club. And at that point, just the same thing that done to Wenger, they'll just say, come into the office, sit down, and just write a letter of resignation, And I'm sure now that Big Berto's in, I'm sure he will be calling Arteta into the office with Josh and say, listen, you really ain't cutting it with the money that you've spent and the way you're managing this club. And as you can see, the fans are now starting to vote with their feet. And that's what it's really going to come down to, the fans voting with their feet. But at the moment, we're not seeing it because they're so hung out on this manager, hoping copism for this guy to get them over the line. It's 5 years. I think you said it earlier on, Aaron. I was listening on the stream earlier when you was on that other chat. I think it was on Deluded Gooners chat stream. And I think the guy was saying that he doesn't like the idea of he doesn't know whether he could get rid of this guy and not know what the unknown is coming in. You know what I mean? He wants to stick with this guy because maybe he can't see anybody else coming in and doing a job better than Arteta, or he's
maybe,
just
frightened because he's so attached to it. I don't know.
Or maybe he latched onto the club on 2019 and doesn't know any more than that.
Or maybe
he's like Wenger. He doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, because I remember I think it was DT years ago when we lost 2-1 to Brighton in Wenger's last season. DT said something very good. He said Wenger won't stay because he's so obsessed with the power and the money at this football club. I can guarantee you Arteta is the same because he cares about the power and the money because he wants to use that power and money to infiltrate the fan base into believing that there's something that he will try and do something good for this football club. But I don't see anything good. Do you see anything good? No.
Unless the club signs 8 quality players, and when I say quality, I don't mean shit from the French 3rd division. Unless there's a lot of signings in this summer window, then I'm sorry, he's got to go. No ifs, buts, or maybes about it. His time is up. I don't want to go into year 6 of a 5-year plan, waiting for this mug to get us over the line.
Yeah. And I think that Lawrence, you're right. I think if we're bringing in a top quality sporting director in Berta, if he gets the players that is required to do the job, then Arteta has to earn his crumbs or money, whatever you want to call it. He has to earn that, and if he fails to do that, then he has to go. It's as simple as that. We know we're all calling us as fans. We've seen enough, and we want him to go. But we know the reality is that he's going to be kept. Yeah. So if you get in the right players, because what will happen is year in, year out, they're going to say, well, we still haven't got the perfect squad. what's his name came out with it? What's the guy's name? The defender. I shared it with you. What's his name? He's always sucking up to
Which
them.
personality? Which team?
What's he, the guy that's always sucking up to Arsenal? The ex-defender.
Martin Keown.
Martin Keown. Yeah.
Martin Keown.
Right.
Oh yeah,
the one
Keown.
The one who thinks he's better than Tony Adams.
Yeah.
I heard that. Yeah.
Martin Keown came out and said that Arteta is still a long way off getting his perfect squad. So it's what he's basically saying. He's giving him more time because we're nowhere near the perfect squad that Arteta is. So you're thinking, well, you've made 30 odd signings. We're in year 6 of your tenure, and you still can't get us over the line. So now we got Berta in now. So the hope is now that Berta will be the one that's in control of all the transfer dealings. Yeah, leave it to Berta to deal with. Berta will go and get in the quality players that he needs. And then if Arteta can't do the job, then Berta will be going back to Josh Kroenke and saying, listen, it ain't working. The system ain't working. He won't change his system. He needs to change his system to fit the players that I'm bringing in. Yeah. And if that doesn't work, and I'm saying we need quality players because the narrative will be from the top fans is that we still haven't got the players to do the job. So it will just give Arteta more time. And that's really what it boils down to. We're just going to keep, it's going to be like Netflix, rinse and repeat every year. Oh yeah, if it's not that, if it's not injuries, it's because we didn't have the right players or we didn't have the right people. You've had 6 years.
We'll see how strong Berta is, because I'm telling you, I think Arteta's walking a tightrope here. If he pisses Berta off, rest assured, Berta's going to be on the phone to Diego Simeone, and he'll bring him to the club.
How long will it take, though? How short will Berta's fuse be with Arteta?
It depends how many signings we make in the summer. If he puts a list of names in front of Arteta, and Arteta says, no, I don't want him, I don't want him, I don't want him, and the club struggles again to get 2 signings over the line when every other club is signing every Tom, Dick and Harry, then it just shows who's in charge at this club, right? And if it's a case that Arteta refuses to bring in any quality, then he's got to go.
Yeah,
you just got to think about
something I just have to quickly, sadly, bring up just quickly because I've just speaking to one of my mods offline as well. You may or may not note to comment in the chat and in response to it. I will not fucking tolerate anyone being anywhere near the edge of any silly little racisty things or that. I will not fucking tolerate it. Absolutely. And the geezer has gone. It's a shame because I'm sure I've seen in other chats. It seems pretty cool. I will not have any.
Yeah, Aaron, I saw it, but I wasn't going to give him the time of day. So I don't know what he meant by it.
I wasn't sure, which is
I wasn't too sure.
I didn't know what angle.
Yeah, I don't know what angle he was coming down. But at the end of the day, I do talk sense, and it's up to me whether I want to sing or not. So it's my mouth. I do what I want, and you can't stop me. And I do talk sense. So if you want to come on the show and have a chat, let's have a chat.
Yeah, and also it's my channel, and if Normski wants to sing for another fucking 10 hours on here, he's allowed to.
Do it, Normski, do it. Sing
if he wants to.
Got to do. Hold that.
Yeah. I wasn't too sure. Then I had the message because I'm still in post sense in a lot of other channels. So I was like, oh, maybe it might be just an inside sort of.
All right. As Sol Campbell said, is it a colour thing? Is it a colour thing?
Yeah. Like regardless of the thing, especially like when I was like, mate, I've got a lot of time for fucking Norm. So
I'm cool. Listen, Aaron, I've got thick skin, man. These things don't hurt me, bro. I've grown up through rough times. I know how it rolls. You understand? I can look after. Don't worry. This brother can look after himself. So don't worry.
I've got fucking absolutely no doubt on that. I just have to say it for anyone else who wants a chance and say some silly shit. It's one of my mods just texted me. Then they let me know. So it's an instant fucking ban. Tala. Adios, bon voyage, sayonara, fuck off, no chance, not here, unfortunately.
And if you've seen the other chats, just let them warn them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because
well, listen, I'm going to ban him in any other chats that I see now because that's not got no place for YouTube, brother. Especially with people I like. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not got a place anyway. But like, I'll start taking it personally when I got some respect.
Yeah, yeah, no, I hear that. It's your channel, and that's what you don't want your channel to be.
Yeah. Like, Norms, I like. With a great respect, I can give a shit what fucking shape, size, color, fucking gender you are, bro. I love listening to you talk, man. Do you know what I'm saying? And I can't be having that crap. But yeah. But I'm sorry, I had to take a quick turn.
Blood, man. We bleed the same blood. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I just had to sort of make it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Big up to you for doing that. No, big up for you doing that, calling it out, Aaron, because there's not a lot of people that would call it out. So big up to you on that.
Yeah. No, I wrote my message. Do you know what? No, it's not enough. It's not enough. It has to be at least heard and not just read. So yeah, apologies for Norms and big up everyone. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's but sort of let me jump back into this because whilst you're having a little chat, I've been scrolling down obviously for little bits that I wanted to read. Listen to this. I know as a manager you've sort of got to say it, but on if Real Madrid is a bigger game than Everton. No, of course it's not. Of course it's not. It's wrong. And this is why we're not seeing any rotation, man, because like I said earlier, you may or may not have heard Norms, and maybe for some of the sort of newer guests that we're or weren't here from the start, I should say. I sort of basically said, like, okay, you know, like you might not rest your centre backs if there's 3 points within within Liverpool or whatever. But what you can do when you're 12 bloody points behind is assess the situation. Are we going to win the league? 7 or 8 days left till Real Madrid. We're playing Fulham at home, nice and comfortable. I know we don't usually do well, but it's a home game. You kind of get to my drift. And then you've got a battle against Everton away. Why can you not game manage that? Why is it not more of an important game? Like we all know it is, and this is there. No, it's wrong. The biggest game for us is Everton. It just ain't. And I know you've got to say things like that, but this is what worries me. The biggest game's Everton. He plays Declan Rice and Thomas Partey. If one, listen, we've got no chance anyway, boys. And I want to jump straight into this. If one of them, Declan Rice or Thomas Partey, gets injured, like I mean, 5% chance goes to 0.5, doesn't it, boys? What we saying? Who wants to jump in?
Yeah, me. Just on this one, the bottom one, I'm playing Declan Rice as a centre half. We would for sure. We tried against PSV away last season. He's playing that position, and hopefully it won't be needed. But if it is, he's a player that's capable of doing that. He is a fucking liar because we drew 1-1 away to PSV last season.
We did, and it was a stinky game.
And Declan Rice was on the fucking bench.
Oh shit, son, mate! Thank you so much for having a look into that.
He came on for Cedric Suarez, so he came on for what 20 odd minutes.
Oh yeah, I can't remember if you've got it in front of you, bro.
Was that what season? What season? Sorry, what season was that, Carl?
That was last season.
That was last season. Do you remember that it was a dead rubber, wasn't it, Norms? Like we'd already qualified and we played PSV away.
Was Cedric Suarez then?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're on about the same game.
Oh wow!
So the lineup in that PSV game was Ramsdale in goal, Kivior left back, Magalhaes, Saliba, Cedric Suarez, Havertz, Jorginho, El Neni, Trossard, and Nketiah, Reece Nelson. And the subs to come on was Odegaard, Declan Rice, Ben White, Emil Smith-Rowe, and Gabriel Jesus.
Yeah.
So,
Aaron, I want to comment. I want to comment. I want to comment on this. I want to comment on this liar Arteta. Yeah. First of all, yeah, fraud. Yeah, exactly. Big up Aaron. Yeah. Fact, he's a fraud. Who says that Declan Rice is a proper centre half? He's a bloody CDM.
Yeah, he is a CDM.
Fuck's sakes, he's a CDM. Who even thought he's a centre half? Man, I'll tell you what. Whoever's smoking the Arteta pack, please smoke it, yeah, because probably your opinions will align with his, because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, mate, we know that.
Centre half. He's a CM. He's a box-to-box CM. I've seen enough of him.
Yeah, mate, it's madness.
He's just clutching at straws yet again. Yet again.
100%.
When you're running out of ideas, this is what you do. When your back is against the wall, this is what you do. You go into the deepest crevices of your mind and start thinking, what did I do with him? Oh, yeah, I brought him on as a centre back. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because he's running out of ideas. The players are dropping like flies, and we're running out of ideas. We probably will soon have to start playing those goalkeepers out of position.
Yeah.
We got enough of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get that Stepford up front again or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
dear.
That'd be fine. Or you know what? I'll tell you what. The last time that we had that Neto in goal, he was out the box when he tried saving it.
mate.
Maybe play him up
mate.
front because he don't know where the fucking goal is, does he? That's
Aaron,
for sure.
Aaron
Go on,
is becoming another Ange Postecoglou.
Oh, what
My
big,
line
oh,
for
big
life,
flange, yeah.
He's running out. He's
My line
time
for
is running
life,
out,
mate.
High
Oh,
line,
mate.
high line, mate. High line.
Oh, hello, mate. You know, it's funny because
That's the way it is, mate.
It's
That's the
who
way
we
it is.
are.
Yeah,
It's who we are.
who we are.
That's who we
Yeah,
are.
yeah. Losers.
Here we are,
Yeah,
so we
yeah.
are,
We
mate.
know that.
I've been trophies in my second season.
Who's that?
Right.
Oh yeah, well, winning
I've been trophies in my second year,
season.
mate.
Why would you come out with
all
that?
he's got left now
Why
is the
would you
Europa.
do that as a Tottenham manager? Come on,
You don't
man.
say that. Don't say it. Because they're gonna hold you. The fans will hold you to that. Yeah, the press will hold you to that.
Mate. Do you know what I mean? Like that's setting himself up for failure, isn't it?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that's all that it does is like once you start coming out with things like that. And do you know what? It's like, do you remember when Arsene Wenger said, you know, we're going to go to season unbeaten? If we didn't actually go to season unbeaten, it'd have been ridiculed up until now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Let's get it right. We'd have had it for the whole time. Yeah. Do you remember when your manager thought you was going to go unbeaten? The only thing that saved it was that he did. Do you know what I mean? Let's get it right. You're not Arsene Wenger, one of the greatest managers in the world at that time, with one of the greatest squads in the world at that time, with one of the greatest individual players in the world at that time.
To have that boldness to say that.
Exactly. While you're an unestablished, because Arsene Wenger was established indeed very well at that time, is an unestablished in proper football. You know, I don't mean to knock the Scottish League, but it's a step up. Let's get it right. The Premier League, and then to do it at Tottenham as well. Wow, man, you've got to have some bollocks. You've got to have some Jose Mourinho, I'm the special one kind of fucking vibes through that. You know what I mean? Like, straight in his face, isn't he?
Aaron, and to cup your ear like that to your own fans.
Yeah,
you know, that's signing a death warrant.
Cupping his ears, you know that? Cupping his ears.
It's St. Tottenham Day. No one gives a shit. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew there was something I forgot to mention. Happy St. Tottenham Day, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's something. I mean, it's absolutely something.
Yeah. Aaron, yeah, I have to say this. Yeah. I do have to give flowers to Wenger for the team that he's assembled over the years. Like he's had Ozil, Sanchez, Santi Cazorla, Aubameyang, Bellerin. He's had Ospina in front of goal.
Yeah.
No. All I'm saying is Arteta deserves. I'm saying Wenger deserves his flowers because over the years that I've watched him as a rival, he has assembled the best teams over the years, and that explains the Invincibles.
Yeah. No, look, he created a fantastic team, didn't he? Yeah, let's
Yeah,
right. And, you know, that's why he had the clout to sort of say that. Do you know what I mean? I remember when he said it, it was regarded as like, oh, wow. You know what I mean? Well,
I mean, I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
But you know what he done, Normski? Innit? He went and done it.
Yeah.
Do you know what could have been better if we actually had owners that weren't so up their own arse, shall we say? Arsene Wenger's got a statue outside of the Emirates Stadium. Okay, when he was going to announce his retirement, he could have turned around and the board could tell and say, "You've been one of the greatest managers. You've won us so many league titles. You've gone undefeated. You've made the Champions League final and so on. Although you're retiring, we don't want you to leave the club. How about we give you a higher a higher profile? How about we give you a seat up in the board? You still look to get the players and still build this team off with your wisdom and with your knowledge, and we get a manager in that can actually coach them players to get us back over the line again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I want to also quickly add on to that point.
Yeah.
Actually, Wenger could have actually got the advisory role at Arsenal. He could have, because like obviously because because the reason I'm saying this is because if you I think over the years, if you remember the clash between my club and yours over the years, and the
I
rivalry
tried to
that we
forget
had.
him, if I'm being totally honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I've
Yeah.
blocked most of them out. So when you're saying, "Oh yeah, remember the Man City ones?" I only remember the 5-1 and the 1-0 last season. The 5 and 6s and all of them demolishments. Yeah, they're stored away.
You kind of saw. You kind of saw that. You kind of saw the changing of the guard when when you saw all our players going there, and then Adebayor scoring against us and running the full length of the pitch.
Nasri, Clichy,
Bakary Sagna, Toure.
Bakary Sagna, yes, our best defender.
3 and all that one. Yeah.
And if you remember, at the end of near the end of his reign, the club offered him the director of football position, and his response to that was,
offer it
what is the director of football? I don't know what that is. Does he direct the traffic?
Well, that's what Arteta looks like he's doing at the moment when he's at the side of the pitch. You know what I mean?
One of them traffic officers, like at the signal when it's like this, red, that side, you, that side, you, that side.
Yeah.
Do you know what? There's a good bit I want to jump on here just quickly. Sorry, boys. I have to add this little bit in. Yeah. So look, listen, this bit's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Look. So this is also on Saka. Yeah. So changing it a little bit somewhat. So if he has to think about wrapping him in cotton wool and not playing him, he needs exposure. There you go. It's his fault. He's rushing him back. But in previous ones, he blames Saka for wanting to play. It's his desire to play. So whose fault is it then? Does he need exposure and it's your fault? Or you just listen to him because it's his desire to play? It's just full of riddles, this prick. He played 30 minutes the other day. He felt really well. He scored a goal and he wants more. Of course he does. He's a footballer. And he has been since he was a kid. He's clear in the last 2 days. Whoopie doodah. 3 months after sustaining that injury. Some haven't come back right in the 6 months. But, never mind. He's back. He's demanding more and he wants to go. That's a good sign. Yeah, I'll back to him then.
Demanding more and he wants to go.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I put it back on him. But listen, look at this absolute crock of shit here. On how he'll convince Marino to go back into midfield.
No, he's shit.
Marino back in midfield.
Do you know what? I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like, I already did that because I played him as an 8 the other day. Oh, you mean the position you signed him for? And you
but apparently,
took 6 weeks to sign him for.
But apparently, Marino is a secret weapon. He's a secret striker. According to top gunners.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? I mean, look, you've got Leo, Trossard, who has played as a striker or a false 9, whatever you want to call it. It was a natural attacking player who kicks with both feet. And you would wonder and ask yourself the question, why wouldn't you maybe play that front three of either Trossard or I think it was Martinelli out. That's why he played. We lost Martinelli, didn't we? So we was just left with Trossard and Ethan and Miri. So he had to then use Moreno up front. But then because the IT solution was working, he would trust him more because maybe I don't know if he felt that, because he's a bit of a lump and he can maybe hold the ball up and play off, players. Or I don't know. But Trossard, coming off the bench. So the only time he decided to play him back in his natural position was when Trossard came off the bench. Yeah. So Trossard was not thought of, to start that game. He would prefer to play Moreno up there and hope that he does something. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we can't lie. He's scored 5 in 6 or 5 in 8. I don't know what it is. So he's getting goals. That's what people are going to say. But at the end of it, it's not sustainable. You know what I mean? It's not sustainable to keep him up front doing that. And the fact that he's exceptional, I mean, really? I mean, we bought this player who's like the third choice for Real Sociedad and third choice for the Spanish international team. Anybody would think that this guy's a world-class player, the way he's bigging him up.
Yeah, no, fucking 100%. It's madness, isn't it, man? A big up as well to one of my best mates here, Craig Overton. We met. We've got like the local field. You play football there, and you got the little cage with a concrete bit, and then got the basketball. I remember very early 2000s. I think it was only early teenagers back then. He come over and he'd just moved to the area. He was playing on his Todd, and I remember seeing him. He was playing on his Todd, and we was all playing football. And I included him, and I was like, "Here, mate, do you want to come over and play a bit with us?" We've been very, very, very best mates ever since, man. Big up to you, Craig, and big up as well. I know they're probably watching your boys, Ronnie Connor and your Mrs. Shove as well, man. We've been through it, haven't we, brother, man? Like, and not in a bad way. We've been through it, man. So big up to you. Thank you very much for showing your face, man. Darren as well, saying, how you doing? Arteta's too friendly, close to the players. Yeah, Ricky. Yeah, what is that about, Ricky? Leo, I know. Yeah, call him Ricky. What is that
Leo?
about? Ricky. All I can think about is, hey, Ricky, you're so fun. Oh, sorry, I might be banned. Sorry, because I'm white this time, innit? Yeah.
Aaron,
hey, Ricky.
Aaron,
sorry about that.
Aaron.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't want any racist comments on it.
Aaron, I know I'm good mates with Russell Hogg, who sent you those
I love
pictures.
A bit, Russell.
Yeah, good old, I was talking to him the other day about what's going on at the club, and he says that Arteta has turned us into Red Tottenham. And I couldn't.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're
turned us into Red Tottenham.
because both of our clubs are run by Americans, Aaron, my friend. They are all.
Deji calls us spicy Spurs, doesn't he? That's quite funny. That is.
Because he recognises how bad they are.
He's not
wrong. We're becoming like them. That's what it is. We're just a better version of them. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's absolute madness, man, isn't it? Sorry to cut you there, Macy. What you saying, my brother?
I said because both of our clubs are run by American owners that don't care about trophies. They only care about getting European football and making money, so when it comes to next season, when we are in the Champions League, Stan Kroenke and Josh can go out and meet all these other owners, shake their hands and say, wow, what a nice football stadium you have. Like, because Kroenke said years ago that he didn't buy Arsenal to win trophies. He only bought Arsenal to get top 4 and the power. So like, it's the same with Daniel Levy, because Daniel Levy doesn't care about trophies. He cares about getting money for like European football. But Tottenham are not going to be in Europe next season, not until if they win the Europa League, which is undoubtedly going to happen because they're going up against Eintracht Frankfurt. And no disrespect to Frankfurt, they've won this European trophy before because they beat Rangers in that penalty shootout. So Tottenham shouldn't take Frankfurt lightly, because you never know, because German teams are very they're more aggressive when it comes to playing football. So I fear Tottenham. I fear that Tottenham could go out if they lose to Frankfurt. But I still think Tottenham may have a chance of beating Frankfurt, not in Frankfurt's ground, but maybe in the second leg, because Frankfurt, for me, they are good, but I think their form has started to drop off a bit in the Bundesliga.
You've never been to. You've never been to. Have you ever seen a Frankfurt game before, Macy?
I don't really watch the Bundesliga that much, Carl, because
No, because I was in Germany about 6 or 7 years ago, and I did actually. I was with family. And I was like, do you know what we're going to do? If we do anything decent tonight, and then a tourist, a guy come over. He said, "You watch football?" I goes, "Yeah, me and my dad do." Yeah, he said, "I got 2 tickets, Frankfurt." So jump on the metro. It's like 15 minutes. So he said, "How much is the ticket?" And I said, "I was expecting him to be a town, say 100, 150 euros." He said, "Give me 30 euro, 30 euro each." And I was like, "All right, fine, we'll go there." I kid you not, that stadium, when it's on, that stadium gets really raucous, really intimidating. That you can actually see the stadium flipping shake, the stands shake when they get going. It is a bad atmosphere.
I've been to Frankfurt Airport. Not gonna lie, and it is a big airport, no doubt. Frankfurt's airport is actually big. It's like a maze.
It's not about Frankfurt Stadium, the airport.
And I think I've seen a couple of players Frankfurt have in their team. They've got Ekatea in their squad. Do you know who Hugo Ekatea is? He's that young French guy.
Striker.
That young French striker.
We're linked. We're linked with him as well.
He's dangerous.
Macy. Daniel Levy is not American.
What is he then? He's
English.
He's a bold fraud.
He's English. It's the other fella.
Fraud. That's who he is.
I thought he was American.
No, it's the other fella.
No.
Oh right.
It's the one that actually owns. The one that owns.
Enoch. It's Enoch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Enoch.
Just I get confused with who is in full control of their own clubs. Like,
I mean, Daniel Levy is like the one that's out there. You see his face all the time. You hardly ever see Enoch. So Daniel's the one that does the day-to-day running of the club and all of that. He's the chief executive or whatever he's.
Just quickly as well, while I'm jumping in here, Lawrence mentioned his pal Russell, and you know I've been speaking to him off cam as well, and he has some absolute belters in photography. So what I've done for Russell, when I was not in the chat now, but I've pinned his link to Instagram in the title. So listen, like I've seen some of his stuff, and I'm going to be buying one of his bits as well. We've been having a little chat, but he does prints, canvases, wallpapers. Like I've even seen him do like a throw on like a sort of sofa set sort of thing. So click on my link pinned in my description and check Russell Hogg Photography. Have a little look, because some of the stuff he comes out with is the absolute bollocks. And I will be buying a canvas, not for here because I've got my Dennis Burkamp background, but for downstairs when I'm in with my bookcase, I'm going to get him to do one for me. And yeah, honestly, it's absolutely first class stuff. So make sure you click on that link as well and have a little look about what he's got as well. And on top of that, he'll be coming on the show very soon. And he's an absolute lovely geezer, proper Arsenal, absolutely proper Arsenal. Darren, big up, mate. Exactly, Hendo, fake Arteta, Trossard, yeah, but calls him out. Yeah, Leo pretending everything's rosy. Yes, it's frustrating, mate. Yeah, and Hendo, like you're saying, Deji calls us spicy Tottenham. Yeah, spicy Spurs. Yeah, exactly right. Dio, big up, still here. Don't know if you come in and come back out, but big up, brother. Yeah, absolutely became spicy Spurs. I know it's sort of hard to not be, isn't it? North London forever. Song red Tottenham now. It's painful. I don't ever
that
sing
song.
that
Oh
song.
my lord!
Oh, it's ridiculous. And there's just to sort of show you, it's pinned in the chat as well, people. Dio as well. What we're saying, we have absolutely become trusted supporters. I think I'm actually regurgitating the same sort of thing there. This is the one I clicked on. You close the deal at the Emirates Stadium because it's obviously a successful business. Yeah, fact, could be more successful, but yeah. It's like Rolex Cronky chooses to wear to the yacht party while he networks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolute facts. Seymour, bruv. Man, like, yeah, big up, man. I can't pronounce that, so I'm not going to read it out. I don't know what that is. You know. I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say Enoch, but he's
Enoch. Yeah.
I think
I'm never sure with words I don't know or how to spell.
I think it's predictive text just gone into Swedish mode or something. I don't know.
big up, brother. Hendo, big up, man. Joe Lewis owns Spurs, but Levy's the
sorry, yeah, Joe Lewis, that was it.
Yeah, in and out, mate. Yeah, got plenty to do this week. Well, listen, the fact that you're in at some stage of the times anyway, do you know what I mean, is always a pleasure, man. And it's the same for everyone, man. We've the views, especially considering this is streaming only to my channel, I think. Just the very fact that we've been having 40s in here, 30s, and we're hitting the average of like 20s and 30s is phenomenal, man. So
Yeah, that's good.
listen, Dio, I appreciate it, brother, man. Do you know what I mean? I appreciate every single view, man. It's fantastic. And do you know what? I'm going to speak for the panel, man. We all appreciate it, man. Otherwise, and I'm sure we'd all still enjoy it. Otherwise, it would just be six geezers talking amongst itself, and that's all cool as well. But the very fact that we're taking times out of our lives, to try and give you boys a little bit of content on a Friday night is fantastic. And you know what? Let's flip that. The very fact that you're taking time out of your life
I love that.
to watch our comment
I love that, Aaron.
is world fucking class chat. And don't forget, like and sub, and all of these wonderful fuckers in the chat have their link pinned in my description. So show them the love that you're showing me as well, man. You absolutely world class.
Subscribe, people.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely world class. And we'll I just want to take one more comment from Darren, and we'll still carry on. But last comment. When the North London Forever song comes on, I belt out "We Won the League at White Hart Lane," Volume 10. I love it. I absolutely love it, man. Listen, we will be coming to a close soon. But what I did sort of want to go for as well is some of the starred comments that the absolute epic class chat have come out with. So, I mean, FC always, you might not be here. I know you float around on loads of channels, and it is what it is. But we'll read your comment out. Question: would you start Timber next to Saliba, or would Rice be a better option than having Kivior there? So because we'll be here all night if we go around the panel with all of these questions. So I'll just who wants to answer this one? And we'll there's about 6-7 questions, so we'll try and give one to each person. Who wants this one?
I'd put Timber next to Saliba. Timber next to Saliba.
Ben White right back.
Partey. I think Ben White's injured, isn't he?
No, I think he's saying that there's a possibility he'll be back. Because when he said Ben White and Timber, so if it was me, I would go with Timber next to Saliba and Ben White at right back.
Yeah.
I was going to say switch Partey at right back and bring in Jorginho.
What? Against Camavinga and all them, man.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. Yeah,
that's gonna be a bloodbath in the middle of the park.
Having Bellingham and Camavinga.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that might be a bit overrun. What would I think this one would be quite a quick one.
You need Declan Rice in the middle of the park there.
Yeah, man. And Thomas Partey.
And Thomas
Aaron.
Go on, mate.
Interesting battle.
I think this will be a quick one to go around. So we'll go around everyone with this one because I think this will be fairly quick. Go on, AK.
Oh yeah.
Then we go Mason Cole.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I think we're gonna see a Rice versus Chouameni battle. A Rice versus Chouameni battle at the midfield.
Yeah.
How would that turn out?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll tell you what, we've still got a battle at Everton to go through. Do you know what I mean? And I would be resting Rice.
Yeah.
And or Partey, but most likely
stick Jorginho in there. Yeah. Stick Jorginho in there. I was going to say put Moreno there. There's no legs there. But exactly. It's then who you're going to play up front in it.
Norms, you took the words exactly out of my mouth because I said, remember, if Saka's back now and we've got Ranieri, Martinelli, and Trossard, we can pull Mourinho back. You stole the words excellently right out my mouth. Exactly right. You could, in theory, rest both.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you now? I mean, could you imagine one of them got injured? Macy, what would you play at the what would you do with this? Is the question that FC always the legend himself. Would you start Timber next to Saliba or what's your crack? Just a defense. Don't go for the old lot because of the time thing.
The thing is, Aaron, is too risky because like putting Timber at centre back could be a big risk for us. But I don't know, bro. Like I just don't know, to be honest, because I'm worried now because now that Gabriel is injured, there's like we're screwed now, and I don't know who should I put next to Saliba, because I don't know like if Timber's the right fit, because I remember Timber played at centre back at one point and he was pulled there. He got absolutely cooked by every single opposition that he faced when he was at centre back. So I do not want him to start at centre back at this point, because he would put himself in this predicament when he came back from his long injury. So I don't know, quite frankly, Aaron, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, that's fair. There's Carl. What would you do, my friend?
I wouldn't be playing Rice at centre half. I'm sorry, just because he came on for half an hour against PSV last season, that doesn't warrant him starting against the greatest club team in world football right now. So I would probably have to put Timber in there, but I wouldn't be playing the back four. I'd be playing the back three. And Timber can play on the right side of the centre half, play Saliba in the middle, put Kieran Tierney on the left side of centre back. Then maybe, just maybe, we might be able to hold down the fort. But I wouldn't hold my breath. He's going to go forward at the back, so.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
you know what?
He's not going to change his system. That's the unfortunate thing. He's not going to change his system.
Yeah, it's frustrating, man.
Even Darren and I think I like it, so he's gone back.
As I said, it's not like he's not played it. He's played it before. What was he frightened of? What? He's just so stuck in his ways.
Okay, guys. Aaron, I'll talk a little bit of how we managed to tackle, how we managed to tackle Madrid in the treble season. Dude, I think I remember the 4-0 that we thrashed them at the Etihad. The 4-0 clean sheet.
Yeah.
Second leg.
You've had more stellars than me, ain't you, AK?
Yeah, of course. I'm on my second already.
Good boy. Good son. Yeah, I can tackle it. Yeah, good son. I'm fucking with
you.
Yeah.
Actually,
good boy.
I'll tell you what. The way we beat Madrid is don't give them space. Don't get them space at all to even create a chance. That's how we did it.
Yeah.
Because and also if you get them a bit of space, if you give them a bit of space, Bellingham's gonna find that little gap and create a problem for you.
Yeah, mate, yeah, and they've got plenty of players. Yeah, that little bit of space, that one little move, and then they've got them front three of, that's a nightmare, isn't it? It's not a nightmare for Real Madrid fans. It's a nightmare for the defence. Exactly right. No, you speak absolute facts. We've got a question from Unique. He probably still isn't in the chat. It's been a little bit while, but big up Unique. Do you know what? This geezer as well. Let's want to double big up Unique. One, he's also been on here as well, and he's fantastic geezer. He's always in other people's chats, and he has been for a long time, man. He's a long time fan of basically all what we talk about, man. So bless up him, man. And he's asking, legend Unique 79 is asking to the panel, have you noticed how our football club drop merchandise and positive news when we mess up? They are crafty and cunning with their timing to paper over the cracks to appease us fans. I'll round this one up for sort of everyone. I think maybe Macy, you asking
there's
talk about in this one. Go on, Macy. You answer this one and then I'll get the next one. Yeah, go on, mate.
With this whole merchandise thing, and that one person, his name starts with an I and his last name starts with a W, and he's the one that does the woohoo wheeling out merches for everybody. His name,
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
His name
very good goal scorer.
Ian Wright continues to just throw all these merchandise to all these top gooners because he's like, because they look up to him as like some kind of like he's their like he's their hero or something. But like Ian Wright, I will give him praise for what he has done as a footballer, because for me, he was our best striker, him and Henry. But if I had to compare the two of them, Henry will always be number one because Henry will always be the king of Arsenal. But for Ian Wright to continue to just throw out all these merchandise and all these other like T-shirts and positive things to this fan base, that sums up everything wrong with Arsenal, Aaron. Because Ian Wright still is in love with Arteta because he just wants to parade around with this whole positive thing that Arsenal one day can win the Premier League trophy with Super Duper Mick, but it ain't gonna happen. But Ian Wright can make all these kind of remarks that he wants to, but the fact of the reality is it ain't gonna happen because Arteta ain't gonna achieve nothing at this football club because he'll still be a rookie because he's never ever coached a club. He was only there as Pep's assistant coach, and that was it before he became our manager. So Ian Wright can say all these gestures that he wants, but reality is we ain't gonna win nothing with Arteta, and Ian Wright can throw out all these merch he wants, but I will never respect him as a legend. He will never be a legend in my eyes. A legend needs to be respected and admired and cherished. Henry is a legend because he is a respected and well cherished man because he always talks about Arteta and says this manager is not good enough for this football club to coach us. And he's spot on because Henry always says the truth. Even Petit as well. Gallas as well. He came out and Talk Sport and said a few weeks ago on Talk Sport and said this manager is a fraud. And big up to Gallas for coming out on Talk Sport as well. And even though people say, "Oh, but he was at Chelsea," well, that doesn't mean he is still a legend at Arsenal because he was the glue of this defense. And for him to say that Arteta's a fraud, big up to you, William Gallas. I respect you as a top defender for both Chelsea and Arsenal. Big up to you. And as for Ian Wright, you are without a shadow of a doubt the worst Arsenal pundit of them all. You, Ray Parlour, and Martin Keown, all three of you need to fuck off with this manager.
No,
And
Aaron,
Aaron,
disagree.
and
But
Aaron,
as a whole, I totally agree with you, Macy. To be fair, I get your rounded opinion of all of them. Do you know what? Like, Ian Wright, it is a little bit of a sellout considering what a hero like he was and an unbelievable striker. I get what you're saying with that. I also sort of get, where you're going with Keown, and he's the biggest disappointment for me because, he's he was all about, like the no nonsense defender, the do or die sort of type of geezer, and now he's come to sort of punchy. You're like, you think of Keown and you always think the Ruud van Nistelrooy jumping in the air moment, that passion and everything, and then to sort of see how he's talking, for the payroll, that's a little bit frustrating. So I totally get where you're coming from. I don't agree 100% with the Ian Wright thing, but I can absolutely appreciate where you're coming from, and I do agree with quite a lot of it. It is like a payroll sort of thing. It's frustrating, I think.
Aaron, I want to comment.
Come.
I want to comment. Aaron, have you been to the Etihad before?
No.
Oh, if you go to the Etihad,
there's always seats available, so I don't know how I've never been.
I get the joke.
I had to throw that in there. Sorry, mate. That was for all the poundings that you've given.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm saying.
Sorry to throw you off.
If you look at the way we respect our legends, you will always find a statue of Colin Bell, Mike Somerby, and Franny Lee, the trio, if you remember, in the 80s.
Yeah, sorry to cut in, AK. There was a funny story I heard that we'll see Man City were going to name a stand after Colin Bell, so they generally wanted to call the stand Bell End. You know.
Oh,
and yeah, and yeah, Aaron, and also we have like three statues. Yeah, three statues of our former legends back in like say the 2011 season. Company, Aguero, and Silva, and now De
Silva
Bruyne,
was a
and now
boy,
De
mate.
Bruyne, yeah, and now De Bruyne, and now De Bruyne is gonna get his as well.
Yeah, no, and look, you know, he absolutely deserves it. Really, to be fair, yeah, absolutely, 150%. So yeah, see more butts, man. Our geezer is this? Oh no, sorry, I starred that one a question. Apologies. Why hasn't Arteta been linked to manage any top teams in Europe if he's so good? I had to start this, Jason, because it made me giggle. One, because it's absolutely 100% correct, and two, just because it made me laugh. Yeah, and I'll answer this one, and I'll answer it very quickly because we're a little bit pressed for time. I'm sorry I can't give you the articulate, long-winded answer that you may like, but I'll give you a very brief and short one. It's because he's fucking shit. He's not good enough, my friend. So I'm, you know, I'm sorry to give you a very
according to Top Goonies,
Don't hold back, Aaron.
he can go to any club. He can go to any club.
Any club, yeah. But who are there? Many clubs? Tumbleweed. Who are they? Where are they? Where are they gone? More tumbleweed. Where are they at? Jason, yeah, I know exactly the point that you're making in form of the question. And I totally get it. Yeah, man. We have got a manager that is very lucky to be at Arsenal Football Club, my friend. Absolutely very lucky. But only the University of Arsenal would hire such freshers. I will not say a word I was going to say. I'm being good. Normski's on. Do you know, this is the respect that I've got for Normski. I let a couple of slip. But, you know, sometimes when I say a word and then I look at Norms, it's almost like my dad telling me off. And then I just stop and I say it, yeah, because I know Normski's PG and he's an absolute geezer. And then look at Norms, I won't say that because Normsy's on.
Hey, he's proper, isn't it? He's proper.
Well, he's mad respect for Norms. So who's going to have this one? Question for the panel.
Sorry. You know, just before you go back to
this one.
You know. Hold on. Sorry. I'll mess this
up. What have you got fucking cooking, Norms? I mean, what have you got ruddy cooking, Norms, as well?
Right. So you know they're talking about who would come in for Arteta, yeah. So why is Arteta being linked to manage any club? So he put a call out, and this is what he heard.
Oh, crickets.
Cricket noise, please. Cricket noise, please.
The old crickets and the tumbleweed were fucking knocking around.
Who shares every single one.
Oh man, sorry about that. That's not COVID word, mate.
Yeah. I love it, mate. I absolutely love it. Yeah. That's exactly right. No one's coming in for him. No one ever was.
No.
And you know what? This is an absolute point as well that has to be made while it's on it. Let me just quickly click back on this. When we decided to give him a £15 million a year contract, no one was in for him then either. Let me rephrase that in English. No one was in for him then either.
Right, guys, we know this.
Why do we give him such a big contract?
When Wenger, every time Wenger was offered a new contract, when he was at his height, weren't we all worried? Who was he linked with? Real Madrid, PSG, Barcelona. Name the clubs that this guy was linked with and was worried about that, because he used to say he hasn't signed his contract yet. Was thinking, where's he going to go to next?
Sorry. Yeah,
where's he going to go to next? We're not hearing nothing with Arteta. As you said, when that £15 million contract come up, do you think anybody was in through? Get out of here, mate.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Sorry, chat. I didn't realise because I kept it on the start. I didn't realise there was loads of live comments. I will get through them all. Yeah. That's just a little bit. It's just it just is what it is. Well, do you know? I want someone else's. Well, I'm going to look through their chat, so I'm going to get through this, and I want Carl to take this one.
Okay.
Question for the panel. I want Carl to. I'm a big fan of Saliba, but part of me feels like we should sell while his stock is high. And his mine is already in Madrid. Bring in Lacroix or Diamonde. I like Diamonde. Thoughts, Carl? I'm going to take that while I have a little look at this chat because I didn't realise there were so many in the live chat. It's all yours, my friend. Please take over.
I think if Saliba has had his head turned by Madrid. He doesn't look like the same sort of player that even back through last year. I thought he was fantastic. This year he has dropped off a little bit. But that might be due to performances. It might be due to the grind of Mikel Arteta. But it also might be to do with the fact there's a very nice blonde bit in Madrid calling out for his name and wanting to go to her. So if Madrid come knocking, and we know what Madrid's knock is like, it's a completely different version of it. If they come in and say, here's 100 or 120 million for Saliba, guarantee you Kroenke will say, yeah, we'll sell him. I hope we don't, because we want to keep that partnership with him and Gabriel Magalhaes. But when you've been at Arsenal for long enough and you haven't even won a cup,
that's it.
Surely you got to be thinking of your life choices, but you got to think of your football choices. Yeah, do I want to go to a Madrid, to a Barcelona, and go and win major honours, or do I want to be what Harry Kane was when he was at Tottenham and stay there just to be loyal? I've said this so many times on the stream, and I'll say it again for the people at the back. Loyalty is the worst trait to have in any sport because it means you stagnate, you regress, and you regress eventually.
Yeah,
and I think and the reason, the NFL team I support back in the day when we were winning the Super Bowl, we were ruthless about about transactions and player retainment. There was two guys who I absolutely adored. Fucking Bill Belichick traded them. I was pissed off. But guess what? We won the Super Bowl the following year. He done it for the greater good of the franchise.
The greater good.
The greater good. And then that's why if Madrid come knocking for Saliba, I think but most importantly, you've now got something there, what Liverpool had when they had Philip Coutinho. 143 million they sold him to Barcelona for. They had that crop of money which they could use to rebuild that squad and get real talent in there. There is another defender that will come after.
Yeah, there is. There's always somebody out there.
Every single player is replaceable. We are all cogs in the machine. We can all be replaced.
And I think what you say, Carl, I think that's why I'm so happy that we've got Berta in. Because I think that the money that he gets, if he was to sell Saliba, the money that he gets from that, he will find.
And he'll go, right, this is my plan, not your plan. This is my plan on how we're going to reconstruct this team.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, you can fuck off.
Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to, listen, my heart would be broken if he left, but I wouldn't blame him because he's been, in the club for how many years, and he's just thinking, look at all my mates over there winning all the big honours, and I'm here stuck with Lego head.
Yeah, he's in group chats with Mbappe. He's in group chats with Mbappe and Tchouaméni and Barcola and that.
You don't think they talk about this?
Oh,
what you want? It's like a bit of a joke. Like, what you want? What you want? If you're with your mates and you want, what you want? What you want? The same sort of battle that we will have with other football rivals. Yeah, they're gonna have their own internal battles of what you want, yeah, and because they're in it and they're playing in it, he wants to lift medals, mate. You can't. As you said, you don't want to be an Harry Kane, but he's about to lift he's about to lift a Bundesliga title. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bundesliga title. Liam basically said to me, he said, Macy, why are you not talking about Theo Walcott? Like.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. That I was going to come back to that, but yeah. I think you already do, didn't you, Macy?
I only talked about Ian Wright, but I mean, like, does what does that have got to do with Theo Walcott? Like, in my
Walcott's a pundit on BT.
Yeah.
Walcott's a
I
pundit.
think he's
Yeah,
just
he's a
refer.
pundit,
I think Liam's just referring to the fact that he's calling out Righty, but Walcott does a similar thing. But you haven't called him out. That's what basically Liam's saying.
Yeah.
So Walcott is another one of Arteta's lovers, like bigging up this manager like he's their messiah or something. Walcott. I mean, Theo should be ashamed of himself as well. I've given this guy a lot of praise. I mean, when he first came into the football club, I didn't even know much about Theo, but he really made a difference at Arsenal as a footballer. But now he's turned himself into he is now he's now another one of these useless pundits in the whole of England. Is he? Or is he like because I don't see much of Theo Walcott as a pundit. I don't watch his interviews or like his on his time at
Yeah. Go on, mate. Go on, crack on.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, is Theo Walcott like, I mean, is he like is he like talking, like, is he basically one of like, is he supporting Arteta or is he not? Like, I don't get it. Like,
yeah, I think as well. Like, yeah, I think what you're basically sort of half saying is,
Macy.
Go on, yeah, jump in.
Yeah, Macy. Oh yeah, Macy. I want to come in. Yeah, I want to come in. I think Walcott is simping for Arteta, and especially one of our legends as well. Big Meeks, if you remember, Big Meeks. He's also simping for Arsenal as well. He's simping for Arsenal as well. If you've observed,
he's an Arsenal supporter as well. Anyway, he's an Arsenal supporter.
Yeah.
Wow. But I thought he played for Southampton and Everton, so why can't he support them? But I don't know. I mean, Walcott is just, I don't know. Like, why is he so obsessed with Arsenal? Like,
they need
to be honest, I've never.
Yeah, no, you and Liam are in agreement, by the way, Macy. I knew that was the way it was going to be, by the way.
I
Just
mean,
wrap that up.
yeah,
You agree.
Thanks, Liam. Like, yeah, thank
I
you.
thought I'd moderate that because
Yeah,
I
thanks,
knew you were
Liam.
going to
Thank you,
be in the
bro.
right frame of
Macy.
mind. It just needed to
Macy.
say it.
Yeah, what's
Macy.
up, AK? Yeah.
Yeah, Macy. I will tell you who is our true legend and who will actually defend our club properly. Joe Hart.
Yeah, Joe Hart is a City legend. I respect Joe Hart because
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
He's probably your best goalkeeper, AK. And because of that, he was part of the reason why you won your first Premier League title. Him, Aguero, David Silva, Balotelli, Zabaleta, like all these like prime City players. Because of that, and I respect and I like Joe Hart. I mean, he has played for a lot of big clubs in the past. Man City, he's played for Celtic and he won his final trophy with them before he retired. And he also played for Torino at one point.
Torino.
This was his first loan spell away from Man City before he came back, and then he went out on loan to West Ham. And then after that, did he go to Burnley?
No.
Where did he go after West Ham?
After West Ham?
Yeah, because
I think Celtic.
Okay.
I think Celtic. Because Celtic was his last club, and also I think if you remember, Zabaleta left our club, and then went to West Ham.
Yeah, and I think and I heard he's now the assistant coach. I think he's one of Georgia's like assistant coaches. or Albania's assistant coaches.
It's one of the yeah. They did a thing on him. They did. He's one of them. I can't remember which one, but they did a not a documentary, but they kind of did a little thing on him, and there was he was the assistant to. I think it might be Georgia. I think.
Because I think
Georgia or
Albania.
I think Georgia.
Is it Albania?
Georgia or Albania?
I think he's Albania's
Wait.
assistant coach.
Oh
In
wait.
my mind,
Macy. Yeah, Macy. Macy. I remember. Wait. And also Silvino, if you remember, one of our legends.
Oh yeah.
He's the manager of Albania. Silvino.
Yeah, Silvino's a prime legend, all-time great Brazilian. Him and Ronaldinho. And do you remember Juninho?
Yeah, Juninho. I remember it. Yeah, Juninho.
Yeah, legend. I think he's a legend of Leon. I think he was a legend of Leon at one point. You agree? Do you think he's a legend of Leon? Because I remember about a few years ago he was their sporting.
You want about Juninho Peruna-Gumbo, isn't it? The geezer that could strike free
Peruna-Gumbo,
kicks
yeah.
about fucking 40
Yeah,
yards
spot
out.
on, Aaron. Spot on.
Yeah.
Ivan.
Just quickly before you jump in, right? Just quickly, I've got to say this, yeah. So like, my missus is downstairs, yeah, and we like where our stairs is. There's no sort of like I'm a terrace, so yeah, it's pitch black. So I've gone out there. I've gone downstairs to just have a quick top up. And my missus must have it was just coincidental coming up. Anyways, the stairs are pitch black. She screamed. Well, I'm walking down the stairs. I can't see nothing pitch black. She screamed, and I'm not going to lie, boys. I fucking shit myself, mate.
Unhappy wife.
She's
unhappy
this is
missus,
why I
innit?
love her. She's a little bastard, she is. But honestly, I'm not going to lie. I couldn't see a thing. She just
At least you're in your good books. You know what I mean? She didn't give you a slap around
that's
the
it. Yeah.
Aaron.
Oh, little bitch, Joe. She's funny, man.
Aaron.
Big up, Miss A. Go on, man.
Aaron. Just like have a look at the person by my background. Like, yeah. This man.
Oh, Vincent K.
Oh yeah, VK. I'm telling you, if he wins a Bundesliga trophy in his first season.
Yeah.
Respect company.
But this is his second season.
But I like what company did. Who did he go and manage? Burnley. Yeah.
Yeah, Burnley.
And even before Burnley, he was
Anderlecht.
He was
Anderlecht.
Right.
Anderlecht. He was Anderlecht.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, he started off as a player manager at one point when
that's right.
Player coach.
What I mean, when you're
new, and then he coached, and then after that, he announced his retirement from football and started off as a football coach for Anderlecht.
Yep.
And then after that, he came back to England and then became Burnley's manager, and got them promoted back to the Premier League.
Playing nice football in the Champions League.
He's done his job. He's done his
job. He's earned his colours, mate. He's earned his whatever it is.
And this is why when any new player that retires or wants to go into managerial career, always start off with a small club. Always start with something where you can actually build a base, build a foundation of your managerial credentials on. And if you succeed with that, then you go up to the next level. And then you succeed with that, you go up to the next level. And then eventually you'll succeed. You end up with the elite clubs. They'll come knocking on the door for you. This is what I mean.
Yeah.
With Arteta, he's just coming straight into a big job, and he thinks that learning on the job is the best way for it. No, you're still learning, and you can only take us as far as you can, or as far as what you know.
Yeah.
Last season, guys. Last season, when Vincent Kompany took over, before he took over Bayern Munich, they were going for a real bad season. Getting rid of what's the manager they got rid of? He was there for about, was it just over is it 18 months, and they got rid of him.
Who was that? What team?
Bayern Munich. Before company took over. No, sorry. Tell a lie. Tuchel was there, wasn't he? But
it was Tuchel.
Yeah, so Tuchel took over from was it Hansi Flick?
No, it wasn't Hansi Flick. He
Who
left.
Who did Tuchel take over?
So Hansi Flick left Bayern, and then after when Flick left, Nagelsmann came in.
Nagelsmann.
Yeah, Nagelsmann. Yeah.
Right. And so they were going for a bad patch and whatever. So they were going for their bad period. How far behind did they? Because how far behind did they finish behind Bayer Leverkusen last season in terms of points wise? Because remember, Bayer Leverkusen went the season unbeaten, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Can't remember, but
what I'm trying to say, they were in a bad state, yeah. And Vincent Company has gone there because they like to say, right, if it's the equivalent, because the Bundesliga is not as, in terms of when you compare it to the Premier League, the quality, obviously, the Premier League is it's more competitive, right? So there's this talk about Arteta taking us, this myth that taking us from a bad place, and now we're in second for 3 years running, yeah. Look what Vincent Company's done.
Yeah.
Bayern Munich, by the way, Nolski, Bayern Munich finished third last year on 72 points. They finished 18 points behind Bayer Leverkusen.
18
Another
points.
First.
Stuttgart finished 1 point above Bayern Munich and finished second.
Yeah.
Right.
So
right. Yeah. Right. So they were in a bad place. If you look at it in terms of, because the league is not as competitive as ours, you kind of to look at it this because there's more competitive, teams in this league there is. So Vincent Company's coming there, right? And it was said that when he come in there, he was given the money to buy the players that he needed to buy, which he done. He got a lease save from Crystal Palace, got a couple of other players, whatever, got them playing the football. Bayer Leverkusen obviously have dropped off, but he's gone in there in his first season. Remember, he's done Anderlecht, he's done Burnley, and now he's taken over Bayern Munich. He's on the cusp of winning the league.
Yeah, and look at the players he's bought.
So what phase is he in then?
Yeah, what phase is Company in his first season? And look at the players he bought as well in his first season. He bought the two players that we should have signed, Michael Olise and João Paulinho. And look, they're on the verge of winning their first ever trophy. That should have been our signings, but no, Super Duper Mick only cares about his idea of signing somebody, because that's who Arteta is. Because
basically he wants yes men, Macy. He wants yes men.
Yeah,
that's what he wants.
Yeah,
and that's not going to win you anything.
People that obey his command, because if Arteta says to them, "Yo, I want you to do this, go do that," and they'll say to them, "Yes, Arteta, I obey your command." They're just too afraid to stand up to him. Because if they do, then Arteta will give them a severe punishment. So they have to obey his command. Otherwise, you never know, he might drop them.
It become a dictatorship at that football club now, not an actual proper football club. Because when we had ballers, they had characters, they had egos, but it was down to the manager to manage them egos, manage them characters, get the best out of them, and knowing they're going to have a chip on their shoulder, knowing they're going to have an edge, which he may not like. But we know. But if this guy's a baller and all I care about is if I'm looking at you as a striker, are you putting the ball on the back of the net for me on a consistent basis? Yeah. Okay. Right. I don't care about your attitude. I don't care about your character. You're doing your job that you set out to do. You're getting 200 grand a week for doing the job you set out to do. So keep doing what you're doing. Goalkeeper, are you keeping the ball out of the back of the net? Yeah. Right. Okay. I don't give a fuck about your character. If this was Martinez we were talking about here, you keeping the ball out of the back of the net? Yeah. Cool. Right. We'll keep doing.
And Martinez he's a bit of a character, but he's a world. Yeah.
And I'll just say as a caveat, continue doing what you're doing for when we have to stop a penalty. Keep doing what you're doing, because that's just funny. That's just funny.
Yeah.
And Carl, if you noticed, when Pep in Pep's first season, when he came in as manager, I think you may have noticed a slight difference in the relationship between Guardiola and De Bruyne, the way they are on the pitch.
Yeah.
There was a bit of needle between them two, but
Yeah.
I didn't think De Bruyne just looked like the sort of person who just seemed like a humble character. I
Yeah.
didn't think that would be the case. If you wanted me to go really high, if you wanted to go really freaking a little bit toxic, let's go back to when Balotelli was at freaking Man City.
Oh yeah, Balotelli Mancini. Balotelli Mancini.
Mancini. That was like gasoline and fucking electricity being mixed together. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Lee Gunners raided, by the way.
Oh, was he? Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
shout out Lee Gunner.
Look around.
big up Lee
Well,
Gunner, respect to
Oh,
them.
yeah. Just see. Yeah. Big up, man. Look, Lee's an absolute geezer. Do you know what? As well, that's another thing that I get the great opportunity to say, man. I've been finally finished. Well, nearly finished. I've got one little bit left, but Arsenal, everything wrong with Arsenal 2.0 is so close. It's so close, and I've done the first one. Yeah. I think you boys, I'm sure you've all seen it. It's a big up, yeah, League and Raid. It's been a lot of effort, and this particular one, it will have a 3.0. It will have a 3.0, but this one specifically focuses on Mikel Arteta and his own work, and I've put a lot of effort into it. And the last one was sort of on like a desktop-y, like scrolly, wordy documenting thing. This one's all nice and pretty for everyone, and there's about 5 or 6 slides, and it's going through quite a lot of stuff. And I can confirm that Lee will be there. He will be jumping on my channel and joining with me, along with, I hope, most of the original cast. Kenny Ken has said yes so far, so I'm buzzing with that. DJB has said yes to that, so I'm buzzing with that. I'm still here to hear from Matty, but a couple of people, yeah, man, I'm absolutely buzzing to get that out there. And the third one, I mean, it's a kind of daunting little thing, because it's everything, like literally everything wrong with Arsenal. It's literally, quite literally, sort of everything. That is some serious work that I'm gonna have to put in there.
Yeah,
But
I know. Well, I'll be interested to see that one. You know,
2.0. 2.0, like it's, I can't sort of speak loads and loads about it, because like I can only sort of go by it's everything that Arteta's done, from his signings to it's all focused, hyper focused on him. It's hyper focused on his businesses. Yeah. You know, then we'll get the old like Edu, someone's part of it. But you start pissing around with that, and then you've just got something so big, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, more to the sort of point, it's there, and I finished the numbers earlier before I was sort of sending links out to this show. I was sat there today, fucking pissing around in the garden trying to sort that out, and I'd finally got through the numbers, because I've gone through 1920 and so forth all the way to this season. And then, of course, the final page on that particular segment is everything, like, adding up all the statistics. And I've broken it down in loads of different little ways. And then I sat there and I looked at it. I was like, oh, fuck. Because like, I was looking, what it's like, when you're just inputting then data, aren't you? And, you're taking it from 6 different sort of segments. And then when I finally was just sort of stared at the last page, I looked at it and I was like, wow, man. Yeah, this ain't good. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, and I knew that from what I'm doing at 3.0, it gets worse. And then when I add the stats from 1.0, it's proper bad, gents, man. Like what we've got ourselves into.
Yeah,
it's really bad, and I can't wait. That should be coming out Thursday at 10 p.m. So this is not going to be one to miss, man. And it might be the people that are sort of thinking about watching it, get some beers and get some snacks, because I can't see it being an hour and a half. Yeah. There's also a couple of other little bonus graphics I'm going to be putting up, and this particular bonus graphic, I genuinely believe, especially for the foreseeable future, will probably be used on every big channel that we go on. So that particular graphic, trust me, Matty wants it, Lee wants it, they all want it. It's a bastard of a graphic, and it's a pull your pants down kind of way. I can't say what it's about, but I've got it's in the pipeline. That's my next thing to do. I know how to jig it around, but yeah. Go on, I see AK, you putting your hands up there. What was you about to say, bro?
I want to show you this before you end the stream.
Yeah. KDB 17. Oh, we have an Arsenal flag in the background. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was AK's first and last time he'll be on the show anyway. So yeah. Big up to him. Of course, mate. I'm only joking. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, big up to him.
I was taking the piss. Sorry about that.
Hey, now listen, look. You know, I'd be doing it to you if we won something, but unfortunately, we've got a manager that doesn't win anything, so it's kind of frustrating. Do you know what I mean? We've got a geezer that absolutely doesn't. We've got AFC Always is writing a comment in there, but something. The parent Normski, you absolute superstar.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time as always. You know what? I'm very well. It's a dip that quick. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Woo.
Right, she just pulled me.
Oh, I got
that wasn't right. Listen, look. Can you see her head? Look. Yo. Yeah, listen, Shane got the eye. Yeah, I'm getting the hand. Yeah, so bro.
Wife of Sir Normski, I'm so sorry, but also there's no digital gun to his head. It's all his fault. It's his fault. I've not held him captive.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Please, wife of Normski, please go easy on him. Please, he's a good lad. He's a good lad, really.
On me. Please go.
Please, wife of Normski. Come on, look, we're doing Henry Wright.
By the way, she's a happy Liverpool supporter. Yeah, she's a happy Liverpool.
Yeah. Oh, okay then. No. Wife of Normski. He deserves to be here. Can you give him 20 more minutes, please? No.
No, big up. Now you know what it is. I've got to dash out now because we got to do something, and then I'm not going to be around tomorrow because I can't even go and watch the Arsenal game, and I won't be able to do. So I was meant to do a match reaction after the game, and then one with Rashid, but obviously I can't do it, so I'm going to actually miss the game. But probably it's not even probably worth watching as no one said. He probably just tape it. I'll probably tape it and watch it later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
No way am I getting up at 4 a.m. to watch it.
Yeah.
Precisely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, but big up to the chat. Big up to Carl. Big up to Macy. Big up to Lawrence. Big up to. Did you get what's your name again? AK. Sorry, man. AK. Big up to you, man. Listen.
Unfortunately, this is for your missus.
Leave that picture there. Right, she's not going to come because obviously she's short. AK, who's a Man City supporter, said that's for you. You can do that again. Just
not me, not the host of the channel, Miss Normski. Not me. I would never condone that.
He's crying. Why is he crying? Because a certain Trent Alexander is leaving the club. Yeah? She just rolled her eyes. But big up to everybody. Big up to everybody, man. And please hit the like button, subscribe to Aaron. He's doing an absolutely fantastic job. We're looking forward to Thursday when we're bringing out the X-Files and we'll be stripping back everything of what's gone wrong with this Arsenal and Arteta. You know what I mean? So I'll be watching on stream, putting in my comments in and everything, mate. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, big up to the chat. Been fantastic. And Aaron, don't worry, mate. The geezer that you got rid of, yeah, don't worry about it, man.
Good. Yeah, there's no place in my
chat. Campbell said, "It's that kind of thing." I'm out of here. Take care. God bless people.
Yeah.
God bless.
My God, bless. Man. Normski, love as always. Come on, man. That is an absolute legend that just left the chat there, man. Normski, unbelievable. Respect for him. Well, nice geezer, and his link to his channel has just been posted into the group chat. But before, just quickly, I asked this for AK, AFC Always as well. Question answer Arsenal. Your link didn't work for me. What was that? The link that I posted in the chat? Like as in posted to come on here. But when Line Tech dropped his link, it worked. Wondering why his link don't work for me. I'm not too sure. I generally don't know because there's no blocked or any weird thing like that. If that might be possibly what you're wondering, because obviously I can read your text. I genuinely don't know if it's that's the angle you're sort of getting at. Maybe it's your browser or maybe just one of them things. I generally don't know, my friend. But other people's managed to get on with that link. Maybe I don't know if you clicked on it and I removed it from the thing and it just expired. I actually don't know. Maybe I don't know what one I pay for, but there was 8 or 10 people in there maybe at one stage, and maybe there was just too many people in here. I generally don't know, my friend, but it was definitely nothing malicious. I can absolutely promise you that. But AK, you've got a question from FC Always as well, and that was. Do you think I think we've already covered this actually. Do you think you'll get a statue outside the empty had, and that was obviously for KDB?
Oh yeah, what a nice what a nice way to describe the Etihad. Empty had.
I mean, well, it's not
Yeah.
fully had, is it? Really?
What
To be
a
fair.
nice pun. What a nice pun. Yeah, I mean I know, but barring that aside, I mean, yeah. For the 10 years that De Bruyne has given us good memories. Oh yes, no debate. No debate. Give him a statue already. He deserves one.
Yeah, I think I agree. To be fair, he's been unbelievable. I mean, a sustained period of success. You're going to give one to David Silva, who also is in your left-hand side. It was unbelievable. What signing from Valencia? I mean, was it like 21 million? I think was it, or was that his number?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
Yeah,
about
21,
there or
21,
thereabouts,
21.
isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
21,
what a
21.
signing. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, what a signing that was, David Silva. Yeah, unbelievable football player. If he can have one, and I think Kevin De Bruyne should really deserve someone. And Jason Kotzan, yeah, big up Normsky, man. Yeah, give Miss Normsky a Carabao. Yeah, Miss Normsky is Miss Normsky. Yeah, listen, she bided her time. Normsky's been on for a couple of hours, and you know what? Now it's Miss Normsky time, and you know, like the gentleman he is, and quite rightly, Mr. Normsky popped off. What an absolute legend. Not popped off like that, of course. You know what I mean? I'm sure he can hold his backside in. FC Always is saying, yeah, me and the missus and kids, I've got far better things to do tomorrow than me watching a pointless Premier League game. Do you know what? That's sort of some of the reasons why I'll add to this that I haven't really been going to as many home games as I usually do. It's only this season I've had my season ticket. Well, the first season ticket I actually got was, I think it was the 10-2 by Munich Mauling. So yeah, like, you know what I mean. We've been going a little while, and this is the only season that I've actually been selling my games out and not wanting to go. Usually it's been because you know what I mean, I've had a holiday or real personal sort of obligations, but I don't blame you, mate. You know what I mean? Like on my thing, I think I've out my sales that I've made this summer, this thing, I've got about 600 quid back. Do you know what I mean? I've got 600 quid in my Skyrocket, and do you know what? And the games that I've sold, there was only 2 wins in there, and one of them was 1-0. Like, so I mean, I win on that front. Yeah, it's been poor. You know, so I might get comments saying, "Oh, you're a poor fan," but I've got a young family and a missus to look after, man. Sometimes going to watch Arsenal stink out 0-0 against Everton, and you saying to me 53 quid in my pocket for that game, and I can get to take my little girl and my little boy to the ball pits and all of that fucking shit, and we can have a little bit of dinner after, and I might even be able to get myself a beer later for the same price. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's kind of not worth it, Arsenal. It's a shame that I feel like that because I've never felt like that before. But I've never believed in a man so little in my whole entire life than I believe in Mikel Arteta. That's an absolute 100% fact. Filing cabinet full of facts, yeah, mate. That's what we come with, and that's what all the chat does as well, and all the panel does. It's just an absolute file of facts of 150% facts, my friend. Night, lads. Watching over to Gunner. Yeah, man. Pretty many sentences. You take care, man. Now, what we got? Question for the panel now. Tuchel has brought Henderson back. Would you sign him up for 1-year contract with a new manager at Arsenal? I mean, if it meant getting Mikel Arteta out, yes. We'll end on this. Cole, what would you do? Tuchel in, yes or no?
Tuchel's brought Henderson back. Would you?
Oh, have I read that wrong?
You read that wrong, mate. How much have you drunk? Tuchel's brought back Henderson
Oh,
into the England
I think this
squad.
is the ninth
Would you
can.
sign him up for a 1-year contract with a new manager at Arsenal next season to go next to Rice?
Oh, yeah, ninth can of Stella. Sorry.
That's all right. The answer is no. Sorry, not Henderson.
No,
Nah, not Henderson. Sorry.
no.
Yeah, not for me. Yeah. Henderson, the player. Yeah.
The midfielder's moving like the midfielder's
I
moving.
got
like
there
a-
in the end, Dow.
The midfielder's moving like a milk float already. We don't need it to go any
Sorry.
slower.
Sorry, there's so many empty cans. I'm sorry. There's just so many of them.
Don't worry, Aaron. I got you covered.
Sorry about that. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. On that bombshell, I'm obviously getting too drunk to host. What I will do is leave it there. Hendo's just saying, and we'll take this as the final one.
No.
Aaron, you haven't invited Gal for the Everything with Arsenal version 3.0. Do you know what? I would actually invite him, but every time I go on his channel, he hasn't blocked me yet because sometimes I check, but he knows who I am because we've had a spat online before, like on screen. I don't think that's for him. I don't think he'll come. I mean, he comes to League Gunners, to be fair, but I mean, yeah, maybe I need to get in there with him a little bit more. I don't know, but at the minute he just doesn't want to know.
He'll try and dictate the numbers that you will say.
Yeah.
He'll try and dictate the numbers you will say, and it will go from just being a conversation about facts and figures. It will just go about conversation being about facts and figures, and it will just turn into a fucking he said, she said, shit slinging contest. That's basically what will end up happening. It always happens with a gal on any channel, any rival channel. That's always what happens.
Yeah.
This is why this is why I always say when you go on Neville Foul, you have to face that guy. You know, stand up, hold your ground, don't let the bastards grind you down.
Yeah. No,
I don't know.
that's good. Go on, Lawrence.
I don't know why he gets on all these Arsenal podcasts because the bloke is literally so deluded. He makes Ty and Julian look normal. He gives my migraine a fucking migraine when I listen to him. He is what's wrong with this fan base, right? I swear I don't know where he gets his information from. He's only been following the club for 5 minutes, and he has the audacity and gall to insult people like DJB and Jez and myself who've been following this club for over half a century.
Yeah, no facts. Yeah, the geezers are like I always hear, and to be fair, like I've never spoken to him backstage. I've only had a little online spat, but I hear by everyone that he's actually all right, but do you know what I mean? He talks absolute
in the
fucking
middle of a
bollocks.
stream, bro. Fucking
I think he's a wind-up merchant.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
gotta be. Go on. You say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna get Carl out. And then
Aaron, I'm gonna say, big up the panel, big up this legendary panel here. Smash up the likes, and Sunday we got a Manchester derby. If you're aware, the Manchester derby.
Yeah.
The Manchester Slapfest, as they were about to call it.
Yep. Anyway, smash up the likes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 100%. AK, I don't know. What's dinner? Oh, AK's gone. Right. Anyway, either way, big up to AK for jumping on. Maybe he's got a panel with Touchline. So if that's the case, big up Touchline. Go give him a little follow. But Carl, you also do have a channel, and one that I very much like. One that I very much respect, and it's hosted by someone that I very much respect as well. What have you got coming up? And shout your thing out. I'm going to put your link in the chat right now.
Yeah, so tomorrow night, 9:30, I'll have the call-in show, basically the review of the Everton Arsenal game. The link will be pinned, so anyone can come on and have their say. Sunday, will be doing it. I will be doing a birthday stream by hook or by crook. I will be doing it. Don't know what time I'm going to start it yet, but it will be in the pipeline. Tuesday, watch along Arsenal Real Madrid. Much to my horrifying disgust, I will have to do one and that sort of thing. And yeah, I'm gonna have to maneuver around the Arsenal anger management session because of your show now crashes into mine. So I'm gonna have to push that back or push it forward in some sort of way. But that's
I've done that on a Wednesday.
No, it's always on a Thursday, mate. 'Cause that's when my little boy's away from his mum. Is away from his mum, away with his nan, so I can scream, shout, and holler without waking anybody up.
So there's no malice in it. It's the only time I could get people together. Like,
yeah, no, that's perfect fun, mate. Perfect fun. But on Wednesday night, I'll be on my side project YouTube channel, which is not mine, it's my mate who runs it. I'll be hosting the Patriots Touchback podcast, and we'll be going through a load of mock drafts because the NFL draft starts in just under 3 weeks' time. So we've got a lot of work to do on that. So yeah, bit of a busy weekend coming, and yeah, it's been a fantastic show as always, buddy. Thank you for having me on. 4 hours stream, mate. Nowhere near your 10 hours, but it is what it is. Big up to Lawrence, big up to Macy, big up to Jez, to Normski, to AK, for everyone that's gone on. Please make sure you smash the like button and you hit the subscribe button to this absolute freaking legend because he's doing absolute bits right now. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button, please.
Yeah. Yo, look, listen, man. Let me put the beer down because we've established that maybe I'm not the host I should be right now. Let me put the beer down. Let me just say the same thing for Carl. The link's in that description. This gentleman works hard on his channel. He's got fantastic content. That has been, and that's coming up. Make sure you go and share the love. We're all in it together, man. We are a community. We're there for each other. And you know what, Carl? Don't thank me, my friend. Let me double thank you for giving me your time. That's what it's all about. And tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure if I can do it, but I will be on your birthday stream. That is a fact. I do need one of the days off. I've took Thursday off this week to spend time with my missus and kids in the evening.
Yeah.
I usually try and do one. I'll try and get something there. So if I can make it tomorrow, Saturday, I'll try and give some time as and where I can. But one thing I will promise you is I will definitely make some time for your birthday stream. I've got a Real Madrid sort of thing with Sam, which starts at 8:30, but it's only going to run for an hour. He's busy. I'm very busy. I was already said to him, I'm going to be on your stream because you said it's an evening one. I think you said you're going to start yours about 9:30 anyway, haven't you, or something like that?
Around about 9:30, 10 o'clock. It all depends what time I get back from the barbecue. So it all depends how fucking tanked I am as well.
Yeah.
So
I'll make that. Macy, my brother.
Yeah.
Say your last things.
Yeah. So once again, Aaron, thank you for inviting me onto your show again. It's always a pleasure to come on and just have fun because it's because I have a lot of work coming up next week, so I'm gonna be busy. So that's why I decide to come on so I can put all the works and all the jobs out for now and just come on and have my say. And yeah, I'm a bit worried about tomorrow against Everton, but it is what it is. All these top gooners can say, oh, but we've got bigger fish to fry because we've got a big Champions League game coming up on the 8th. Was it the 8th or the 9th of April? 8th, oh yeah. So yeah, all these top gooners
will be there.
Yeah, and I do not want to see any Everton fan clap for Arteta when he comes back to Goodison Park because I just don't want this manager to get any reception from any Everton fan because he's not a legend of Everton. He's a legend of because why would he get all this this reception and adulation for what? What has he actually ever done at Everton? In my estimation, besides from being always dropped, like always on the bench, and letting someone like Fellaini take his place. And Fellaini was a bad baller. I can't lie. Fellaini was a proper baller.
He done all right for him, didn't he? He done a good job.
Yeah,
really good job.
Yeah, so let's see what I just want to see what will happen if of like what is super duper like what is his master plan going to be tomorrow, because I think another player in our squad will get injured again, because I just think our players right now, they're not like they're just afraid, because if they are like if they're like a bit if they're not 100% fit and ready for tomorrow, then they could face the same punishment that Gabriel got against Fulham. So so I just think Everton might beat us 2-0. I'm gonna go for a 2-0 Everton win, because like I have to take it from the chin and just say that I think Everton will they'll just beat us 2-0. Yeah, because it's impossible to beat them, because like we're gonna be stuck with Mikel Merino going up against Tarkowski. Bukayo Saka, he's not 100% ready, because even though he scored, like what makes us think that he's going to do something good for this team? He's not. He's just like he'll just like run around in the corner, and then he'll just pass it straight back. That's the same with all of our squad, because they every time they get the ball and they just run up to the corner flag at the end of it. When it's not happening, they just pass it back to the defense. Like this whole U-shaped football thing, like I just don't get it. I mean, I'm scared for tomorrow, and I'm also scared for Real Madrid as well. I just think our season is over. Let's just end the season on a high, and let's just celebrate. Let's just like have a great summer, and hopefully, fingers crossed, let's see what Berta does next season in the summer transfer window.
Yeah. No, facts, man. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Let's just act like Tony Montana and definitely end it on a high. Lawrence, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you very, very, very much for coming on. Of course, appreciated as always.
Thank you.
Hopefully, I haven't put you to
thanks
bed
for
this
having me
stream.
again. If people want to reach me, I've just opened up an Instagram.
Do you like me to post it?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Because I want to build up
I'm
a
never
pipeline.
sure when people have got their social media. When it's a YouTube channel, I'm always happy to do it straight away because it's obvious. But when it's people's social media, I never do it because it might be personal, private, etc., etc. But I'll get that in the chat as you say your last final pieces now, my friend.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I want to say is, well, first of all, happy St. Tottenham Day to everyone on the panel. I know I should have said it at the beginning, but I'm not bothered about tomorrow whatsoever. Couldn't care less. As I said, the two most important games of our season are this coming Tuesday and next Wednesday, and that will determine our fate. And all I want is for the Misterons to take Captain Black away from our club. I'm fucking, and send him to a place where
I still can't get that image out of my head.
Gives a toss,
Your link is posted there, and it's also saved in my notes. So
I appreciate it.
So when you're on now, so that's obviously I've got little notes things of people's channels. So when I'm on, I can keep putting them in the chat, and I've got a reference point. So that's why we've got to help each other out. That's what it's all about. But listen, everyone, thank you very much. We are going to end it there. Pleasure as always. Take it easy. Arteta.
Okay.
Out.
Everybody out.